experiments that they managed to rescue, they continued to investigate the origins of the world, and that was when they got a big surprise. By analyzing the very structure of the universe, their Mago scientists became aware of a missing factor in all worldviews, calculations, and sciences. All their research hinted at something to be missing from the big picture, something that had to exist as their calculations clearly proved, but yet undiscovered and seemingly eluding. Feverishly, the Yalahari concentrated all efforts and experiments.
In the beginning, there was only a big and gaping void. It was everywhere and nowhere. Into this void, two powerful entities appeared who eventually became known as the higher gods. Fardos the creator and Yuman Zathrath, who combined into himself two unequal halves. One of these halves was Yuman the wise, a benign god who was endowed with divine intellect, while Zathrath the destroyer was the other dark half. These were the two halves of a single enigmatic entity, and although either of them had the ability to act on their own, as if they were independent, they were not. They were bound by an eternal bond that could never be broken, and their destiny was the same. No one knows where these higher gods came from, or if they always existed and finally woke up from eternal sleep. But somewhere along the way decide to create a universe. After several failed attempts to create the first genuine creation, they awakened another entity, maybe even more powerful than the gods themselves. However, this seemed to go unnoticed by the gods, who ignored this fact and continued to create other entities, like other lesser gods, elements, and the creatures that existed and exist today in Tibia. But perhaps, the biggest mistake of these gods was to ignore the entity that one day woke up from their sleep.
Thousands of years ago, the gods had managed to create their first creations on the world of Tibia. Various races populated the vast plains, which turned into fire due to the unleashed war. This war had an origin and was based on a war between gods for the power of creation. The evil gods and their minions fought for supremacy and the destruction of life, while the benign gods relied on their creations to respond to the attacks of the creatures guided by Zathrath. It was then that the gods of good decided to create creatures that had more intelligence than strength, which could shrewdly respond to the attacks of the evil god Zathrath as minions. The great race of the Yalahari was created. They were one of the most advanced and gifted races that were created in the God Wars. The Yalahari lived on a remote island east of Tibia, on a continent we know today as Oromond. In this place they discovered the use of a substance called gluth, which will lead to technological advances through steam. However, due to their curiosity and repudiation of the Great War that was tormenting the world at that time, they decided to carry out research and experimentation in order to understand its nature and origins. The Yalahari questioned the whole purpose of fighting a war which was not theirs. However, the war and their enemies managed to find the remote island where the Yalaharis lived. Their cities, inventions, and experiments were smashed. Total chaos gripped the city, and the Yalahari decided to emigrate to a new destination. Thus, they withdrew from the raging battles and traveled to one of the northern islands, building their magnificent city, which they called Yalahar. With a few instruments and experiments that they managed to rescue, they continued to investigate the origins of the world, and that was when they got a big surprise. By analyzing the very structure of the universe, their Mago scientists became aware of a missing factor in all worldviews, calculations, and sciences. All their research hinted at something to be missing from the big picture, something that had to exist as their calculations clearly proved, but yet undiscovered and seemingly eluding. Feverishly, the Yalahari concentrated all efforts and experiments on studying this phenomenon. After countless years of research, the most brilliant minds of the Yalahari approached a first success. At the point of this breakthrough, some of the involved scientists simply turned insane when their minds suddenly grasped a piece of the incomprehensible. The Yalahari eventually managed to establish an approximation theory of a place between reality and non-reality, a place that should not be. And that place was not void, but inhabited by one thing which our words could only feebly describe as an entity. From one moment to another, the sky clouded over, the earth trembled, and the Yalaharis were paralyzed. Nobody could move. They had their arms open, leaning on their knees, and their blank eyes pointed to the sky. A voice whispered to each of them within their consciousness. This voice was not a literal voice, rather it was messages inside their heads which granted them forbidden knowledge unknown to all other creatures back then. Within a few minutes the Yalahari knew things they should never have heard. They would never have suspected that it was the beginning of their downfall. This entity was not an ordinary entity, rather it could easily challenge the elder gods. But having no physical form or influence in Tibia's world, it was trapped in its own origin, a place unknown to most creatures, the dream dimension. The Yalaharis, not knowing how to name such an unknown entity, decided to give it a name, Varifor. Varifor was perfectly aware of his existence and of our universe. Suddenly it also became shockingly clear to the Yalahari that by giving the entity a name, they had also given it some more substance in our universe. The Yalaharis realized this fact and quickly stopped naming Varifor by his name. However, it was already too late. Varifor had already gained the necessary power to be able to influence the world of Tibia. Slowly, the Yalaharis began to lose their sanity, their conscience, and even their nobility. Tainted with forbidden knowledge and unable to resist that influence, sisters and brothers turned against each other, and in a night of slaughter, most of the once proud race was wiped out. The remaining Yalahari knew about their irreversible corruption and decided to part from this world. The corrupted Yalahari left their city in the custody of their servants and vanished from history forever. The races that we know today as ancients, such as dwarfs and elves, began to feel forgotten by their creators. Thousands of warriors died day after day and the gods were not present. Many of them, seeing that Zathratha's forces were taking control of the land, decided to emigrate to more remote places in search of refuge and peace. Thus, the elves were divided into groups according to their castes and abilities. Each elven caste had their own characteristics and customs. Some were warlike and aggressive, other castes possessed great magical powers, while other castes were mystical and thoughtful. The caste called Sindarin decided to stay and fight against evil. This caste was the oldest of all the elves and their bravery and vigor was admired. Also, they possessed great magical powers and relied on their skills and strength to face war. Unfortunately, that was not enough and the war ended up destroying his greatest warriors. Among them was Praila, daughter of the stars, Disavar, the sword dancer, Crinia, the silver tongue, and Morsha, the ravager. These particular elves were part of the first elves created by the gods, who met their deaths in battle. Due to their bravery, honor, and greatness, these 4 elves took their place within the 7 elven high lords known as celestial paladins. The caste called Teshiel retreated in the early days of war to hidden refuges, not as a whole caste but only in small family groups. Their hideouts were additionally protected by strong illusionary magic and offered them peace from the madness around them. These elves developed due to meditation and a special philosophy in the art of dream magic, dramatically enhancing their initial abilities in the decades. So they began to exist almost permanently in a state of dreams, only rarely appearing now and then amidst the other elves to give them advice and try to convince some of them to join their way of life. This is how they taught their brothers, the Senath, the art of dream walking. As the war grew more and more fierce, these visits became less and less frequent until they were almost a myth, even for elven kind. Another elven caste called Seneth took refuge in the valleys of the city we know today as Liberty Bay. They lived there for a long time, far away from the rages of war. Life went on as usual for some time, the elves minding only their own business, as if pretending there was no war at all. But of course, they knew that their settlements were inevitably going to be found by the enemy sooner or later. For this reason, the most powerful elves of those castes decided to weave spells guided by their dream-walking abilities. Their intention was to create a totally new world, a world in another existential plane other than the physical plane, in which only they could inhabit, far from war and live in peace forever. Thus, one day the elves concentrated their magic and began to use their mana for the ritual. The elves knew that such a move could cost them their lives, but it was their only hope of escaping the war once and for all. For many hours the elves concentrated their magic and ether emanated from the ground, which slowly began to open a gap between dimensions. The ritual consumed so much power that the volcanic area near the island began to tremble. The sky clouded over and the volcano erupted. Suddenly, the fabric of space and time was torn apart and a huge explosion was unleashed. The land near the island was totally destroyed and the entire geography of the place was left in pieces. However, the elves achieved their goal. They created a world of dreams in which only they could inhabit. The elves who managed to enter the dream world spread out, creating their own worlds, taking pleasant dreams from mortals and turning them into substantial objects and giving shape to their own children. One of these elves created a city called Faerist, in which he fashioned his own creations. He built a world that he always dreamed of with magical, sentient and aesthetic creatures. This way, he spent hundreds of years developing his ability to weave dreams to a point never seen before. Unfortunately, realizing his potential as a weaver of dreams, the elf began to have ambitions that were not his nature. Years later, this elf joined other elves who had also fallen prey to ambition, deciding to create a new elven caste, called Shaglair. Their ambition reached such a point that they rivaled Zathratha's favorite pets, the demons. While they did not consider themselves Zathratha's allies, they did not consider themselves his enemies either. The demons referred to these elves as dream stealers, dream vampires and other similar names, but normally they were simply known as dreamers. Various battles between the Shaglair and demons occurred during this time, solely to test their power. Over time, they decided to create their own city, which they named Roshamel. Here they carried out a new technological invention that would be their greatest pride, the construction of the Dream Catcher. This device would be based on building extremely powerful weapons through stolen dreams so as not to have rivals on the battlefields. Not satisfied with this, they also decided to experiment creating a new creature based on nightmares, the Nightmare Beast. One day a request came to the council, which consisted of building prisons of dreams. The true purpose of these prisons was to create a trap for a handful of demons who betrayed Zathrath. These traitors were the demon princes, who joined a third power, unknown even to the elves. Zathrath's new rival and responsible for the demonic betrayal was called Varifor. His corrupting power was so great, that he managed to convince the gods' first elite troop of demons. However, Zathrath's second troop of demons, the Ruthless Seven, remained faithful to their master. In this way, in a joint effort between demons and dreamers, the demon princes were trapped in prisons. However, the princes were so powerful, thus many demons and elves were totally annihilated during this battle. In an act of desperation, an elf unleashed the Nightmare Beast, which distracted the demon princes long enough to release all of the energy stored in the Dream Catcher, causing an explosion on a catastrophic scale. Many demons, princes and dreamers died instantly. Some remained alive and fled, others still remain prisoners in the depths of Roshamel. Another caste called Chalabdil took refuge from the war on the ice islands northwest of Karlin. This caste in particular was usually a bit taller and stronger than elves of the other races. There they carried out their life passively, however they had artifacts and magic of great power, which did not go unnoticed by Zathrath. In this way, the evil god decided to send a horde of demons to attack the elves' glacial fortress. The elves hid underground to defend themselves. The battle claimed the lives of some demons and elves. The elves, seeing themselves overwhelmed by the demonic hordes, decided to use one of their magical relics in an act of desperation. The leader of the elves took the Frostheart Spire and with great force threw it to the ground to destroy it. The Frost Spire had so much power stored within it that it caused a magical ice storm that turned the entire geography of the island and the creatures that inhabited it into ice. Most of the demons and elves were trapped under a blanket of ice forever. The evil god in his anger, tortured for decades some elves who were left alive, performing magical experiments on them, disfiguring their physical appearance and creating a twisted and retrograde mind. In a moment of reflection, Zathrath called his son Brog to create a new race from these elves, which would be the most fearsome and warlike race known to this day. The Orcs.
The elder gods watched what had happened in their world, and their hearts filled with sadness and resentment. They knew that if they didn't act quickly, Tibia would be destined to become a tomb. However, some of the oldest races on Tibia, such as the elves and dwarves, managed to survive. The dwarves, a race of talented miners and blacksmiths of the mountain halls. Brave fighters who served their creators in the gods' war, though inevitably, they also had to give in to the vicious power of their enemies, and only by fleeing to safe places of refuge did they manage to survive. However, their true origins are one of the biggest hidden secrets in the world of Tibia. Their treasures and the powerful weapons they once forged are still hidden beneath the highest mountains and deepest caves, waiting for the right warrior to be the bearer of light or darkness.
In the early years of the war, the gods decided to create 17 firstborn dwarfs, including male and female dwarfs. They would be in charge of leaving descendants of their race, developing their philosophy and magic based on the art of fire and earth. Among these 17 dwarfs, one of them differed from his brothers. It is said that he was a messenger of the gods due to his exceptional characteristics. His name was Durin, a dwarf leader and virtuous in many ways. Unlike the other 16 dwarfs, Durin was the only one who was not given a woman to leave offspring, as well as the opportunity to travel the world more freely, develop his philosophy and even create friendships with other races. On the other hand, he was the first dwarf technomancer, passionate about mathematics and machinery, unlike the other dwarf who are known as geomancers and pyromancers. Despite his great achievements and history, Durin's life came to an end. He today is regarded as a deity to the dwarfs, called the Celestial Paladin. His remains were buried in the mountains of Khazor-dûn in order to be the eternal guardian of the mountains. However, Durin was blessed by the gods and endowed with a power unique among his kind, the reincarnation. Therefore, Durin is not actually dead, rather he continues to exist in our world, but now in a foreign body. The other 16 dwarfs left offspring in their first home, north of Tibia, hidden under the Great Mountains, where they decided to found their own city called Beriga. This city was divided into 3 different tribes, where they lived in peace and away from the world for hundreds of years. Until one day, after a dispute over religious differences, one of the tribes decided to leave the city to find a new home. The tribe that decided to leave Beriga and dug through underground caves for years, thus reaching the main continent. There they created their own fortress in the mountains and named it Khazor-dûn. which translates into our language as High Mountains or the Big Old One. Years passed and the fights of the past began to be forgotten by this particular race. To this day, only the wisest dwarfs remember the origin of their race and treasure it as one of their greatest secrets. Due to the fact that the elves and dwarfs had the peculiar characteristic of living thousands of years, they realized that the war could mean their early death. They simply decided to get away from it, in order to live their long life without worries. For this reason, the gods learned from their mistakes and decided to create a new race, but this time this race would live much fewer years than the dwarfs and elves. In this way, they would live their short lives more intensely, and that limited time would serve as an incentive to counteract the war. Thus it came to pass that the elder gods created Bana the divine warrior. He was the first human being, and although his creators gave him powers that no other member of his race could match, he displayed many characteristics that clearly showed that he was human. Bana was sent to the lands that we know today as Dharma. There he lived thousands of years thanks to his gifts granted by the gods. Bana was a brave and cunning leader, leading his people from victory to victory, establishing a strong position in the land, and consolidating his rule by founding a dynasty. He married Kirana, the noblest of all women, and she bore him Elaine, who eventually mastered the arts of ranged fighting and the arcane art of magic. In the burning desert lands of Dharma, he founded the first human settlement, a city on ruins abandoned by an ancient civilization, which he named Ankraman. This way, humanity extended its colonization to other parts of the continent, conquering territories where they created their great cities and their own kingdoms. Tibia seemed to bloom again. The humans, armed with strength and magic, gradually defeated Zathratha's minions and the evil that plagued the world at the time. The evil god watched his plans begin to sink into failure, and he did not sit idly by. He noticed the courage and conviction of humans, but the cunning god also managed to see the weakness of humanity, the ambition. Realizing that humans had the characteristic of living much less years than most races, he thought of taking this fact as an advantage and a reason for seduction for humans. Thus, he decided to instill the desire for immortality and eternal existence in humanity. Back then, Zathrath had previously created the god Urgith, the master of the undead. Urgith was a cruel god who strove to infuse unholy energy into the bodies of the dead, condemning them to a state that was neither life nor death. In this way, Zathrath devised an evil plan which would spread terror and disaster throughout the land of Tibia. Before humanity, when the God Wars was at its peak, the Bone Lords were among the most powerful races in Tibia. Their mighty cities, which were characterized by ominous dark pyramids, could be found all over the world. Constructed using their innate form of telekinesis, which allows their bodies to float in the air. However, they could not completely do without hands and arms to do their bidding. For this reason, they relied on another power innate to their race, the dark power of necromancy. As a result, they used a malevolent strategy. Every time they conquered an area, they turned their unfortunate victims into undead slaves. Thus, using legions of the undead as their shock troops, the Bone Lords went from victory to victory. It seemed that the Bone Lords were unstoppable, but in the end, they ended up sharing the same fate that most other races suffered during the wars. However, the Bone Lords, due to the fact that once they conquered the entire world, small areas of their civilization remained untouched. Many Bone Lords choose to hide beneath the surface of the world, fighting fierce underground wars to gain supremacy over the other races who fled the surface. The Bone Lords learned the bitter lessons of the wars that had brought them to the brink of extinction. They realized the limitations of their race and decided to work on their weaknesses. They discovered that they had relied too much on their intuitive powers in the past and decided to improve their innate powers through research and experiments. The dark art of necromancy seemed especially promising. This way, a group of Bone Lords focused all their efforts on improving their powers to dominate the undead. These efforts met with a first major success when the Bone Lords succeeded in creating a new type of undead minion, which was capable of acting on its own, without the direct control of a Bone Master. Unfortunately, these minions still lacked intelligence, and while unwaveringly loyal, they were of little use to their vile masters. And so it came to pass that the Bone Lords continued their hideous experiments on the living and the dead, but none of the hideous experiments produced the kind of atrocity they had in mind. After countless failed attempts, the Bone Lords gave up and were forced to abandon their experiments and hide underground. However, a group of Bone Lords were secretly enlightened by the knowledge of the god Urgith. They created small underground cities in places that had been inhabited by strong warriors in the past, concentrating on one of the strongest races back then. They created two bases of operations, on the Ice Islands and the Shattered Isle. They knew of the great disasters, wars, and magic involved in these islands, which they could take advantage of for their experiments. The Bone Lords took the corpses of powerful dead leaders who died in war, and brought them to a base hub known as Ghostland. There they built a temple based on dark energy, and began experimenting on dead bodies and stolen souls, including ascended elves, whose souls rested in the stars at the time. Through necromantic rituals and by sacrificing part of their physical self, they combined the souls with the living bodies of the human dynasties, giving life to new powerful undead creatures.
The Nightmare Knights were an order founded by a circle of clever and mystical men who were close friends of the elven caste called Teshiel. This elven caste taught some of their abilities to the Nightmare Knight, known as dream walking, which basically consists of predicting future events through dreams and also allows them to inhabit a dimension unreachable for other races and humans. The control of the skill possessed by the elves was so advanced that they could even construct their wishes within their dreams or even specify the gender of their unborn child. On the other hand, this ability of the Teshiel were unique to their caste, while the elves of other castes that we know in Tibia only have a small knowledge of dream walking, and therefore it's rare to see them using it. As for the Nightmare Knights, they used to live in the city of Ties and acted as an independent order from the royal army of the Thyan king. However, they were also under their command. As this order of knights was just learning to use the ability to dream walking, their dreams weren't really like those of their masters the elves. Their dreams were not nice dream nor prophesied to use to his advantage, quite the contrary, his dreams were based on prophecies of destruction that tormented and created paranoia to the people of Ties. The king of Ties, angered by the chaos that was taking place in the city, decided to send them to conquer new distant lands to get rid of the order once and for all. The king was an ambitious and malevolent, but he was not a foolish man. He knew that these lands were highly dangerous and that eventually, the order would extinguish. On the other hand, the king also knew the threat that this order could present to his kingdom if their relations ended in a bad way, so, in order not to create trouble between the order and his army, the king lied to them, praising their qualities and training, telling them that their order was adequate to be able to build a colony in lands far from Ties. So he kindly sent them to colonize lands known at the time as Fair Plains. This circle of warriors, proud of the king's words and at the same time easily deceived, accepted the challenge and moved to Fair Plains. Upon reaching the place they visualized a great green plain, with vegetation and a river on one side. In the distance to the south they could see something that looked like a city. So they approached the place and found a semi-abandoned monastery, a temple and other ruins in the place and a small island to the southeast, called the Isle of the Mist, which they discovered can only be accessed by druids through a magic teleport. The order was struck by the fact that the monks inhabited this dangerous area, and in the same way, when the monks realized the arrival of the Order of Knights, they began to withdraw from the area, but the Knights' Order did not give it much importance. Sadly, they never imagined the consequence of having interrupted the secret plans of these monks. On the other hand, Fair Plains already presented enough complications for them. The place was inhabited by giant spiders to the south, and powerful dragons were found in the caves that came out of their lairs to search for human flesh. As time passes, the Order of the Nightmare Knights began to popularize in the world of Tibia. Thus, many members like human and other races were joining the Order. Contrary to popular belief, the Nightmare Knights were not only made up of knights, but also sorcerers, druids, and paladins who came together after a while. Also other races, like the dwarfs, decided to accept the challenge to learn about the secrets of this order. After a while, the Nightmare Knights had finished building their first shelters in the abandoned ruins and monasteries, but again their prophecies became darker. The wisest members of the order kept seeing destruction and doom. They were no longer ordinary dreams, they were true nightmares that prophesied the extinction of the order. Some members also saw more seductive and evil dreams, which managed to tempt more than one, but they fought against their will to avoid falling prey to evil. It didn't take long for his prophecies to seem to take shape. In their dreams they managed to visualize a large army of black-robed humans, with weapons and magic, approaching Fair Plains. This army was a sect of necromancers called the Brotherhood of Bones. The Brotherhood of Bones was a secret sect made up of necromancers, who were followers of the evil god Zathrath. The sect is based on experimentation with death, its ultimate goal being the transformation of life to undeath. Its origins date back to the time of Baena in Ancraman, where the demi-human god was left by the gods of good to combat the evil and chaos that existed at that time in the world of Tibia. At the same time, a group of humans who lived in the continent known as Dharma were seduced by the temptation of undeath, and little by little they were creating a secret sect that today we know as Brotherhood of Bones. It didn't take long for this sect to see their dark plans affected on the other side of the continent and decided to go to fight against what we know today as their archenemies, the Nightmare Knights. The necromancers began performing midnight rituals to summon undead creatures and attack the Order when they were unprepared. War broke out in Fair Plains and chaos broke out in the ruins. 3 of the best warriors in charge of the Order were dispatched to fight the first wave of undead. There was blood and deaths in, but finally the Nightmare Knights won the first battle and managed to have a couple of days off to plan their war tactics and go looking for supplies to survive. However, the panorama for the warriors was getting darker and darker. The best wizard they had in the Order, a druid with amazing powers even for the strongest warriors of the Order, with abilities never before seen in mankind, got lost and never returned. Foulness' disappearance was a great blow to the entire Order. Due to the dangerous threats of the place, it was thought that he may have been killed by a group of giant spiders while he had gone out to guard the vicinity of his fortress. And as if this was not enough, hordes of minotaurs allied with Cyclops also arrived in Fair Plains, and at the same time, these races were fighting against the orcs, who arrived independently. The rage and strength that the Nightmare Knights saw in these creatures caught their attention. They simply did not understand why these creatures possessed so much hatred in their hearts. The scene had turned totally chaos, and now they had more enemies to fight with. It was obvious that there was something hidden in this place, there was an evil intention or a hidden secret on some subject unknown to them that caused the arrival of various entities for seeking chaos. Concerned about the situation and its dark prophecies, the conclave requested a meeting, and due to the seriousness of the problems they encountered, it was decided to formalize the name of the Order. As a result of their nightmares and bad omens, they decided to officially name their Order as Nightmare Knights. In addition, they made the decision to go back to their teachers, the Teshiel Elves, to ask for help to control the art of dream walking in a better way. Thus, the Dream Master, one of the members who best handled the art of dream walking, along with Angelos, one of the wisest men, was sent to speak with the elves. Erueran, a young elf in charge of the Order's teachings, received them. The elf couldn't understand why their dreams were so different from those of his race, so he wasn't able to offer the help they seeking. However, the elf recommended to create a filter for the new members of the order, a certain type of test or challenge so that only the most astute members could join their lines, since the integrate of any stranger, as they had already done, was a danger to themselves. But the bad news didn't end there. Erueran let them know that the Court of Elves had decided that they could not continue to be involved in the problems in which the Nightmare Knights were in. Angelos, disgusted by the news, faced the elves and called them cowards. The old Dream Master tried to calm him down, but Angelos's helplessness was uncontrollable. Erueran tried to make him understand the elves' uncomfortable position regarding the situation and the consequences it would bring if they got involved in their affairs, but Angelos and the Dream Master were not convinced. The noble elf understood his apprentice's feeling of anger and was clearly aware of the future that awaited their order, but obviously he didn't let them know about it. However, he decided to tell them a secret in Elvish language, a language that the Nightmare Knights understood perfectly, which could be of help to the order in the future. After this, the last of the Teshiel elves that inhabited Tibia and perhaps the last hope of the Nightmare Knights, retired to the world of dreams to reunite with the other members of his race. The two members of the order returned to his stronghold, breaking the bad news to their companions. It was at this moment when the Nightmare Knights began to realize that their dreams of doom and destruction were not lack of practice, but a reality. After several meetings and planning, they decided to send scouts to the city of Mintwallen to understand the motive for the Minotaur attack. When they reached the end of the maze, they encountered Markwyn, the king of the Minotaurs. The Nightmare Knights were not well received and a small fight broke out, but the power of the members that had been sent was much greater than the power of Minotaurs, thus they managed to take their leader prisoner to confess his intentions. The Minotaur leader didn't even know how to speak the language of humans, but since he was a wise old man, he learned quickly. After a few days, Markwyn, who was angry with his confinement, managed to communicate with the humans and explain to them that he wasn't aware of the situation, but at the same time, he wasn't surprised at all. Markwyn explained to the scouts that Palka, a Minotaur exiled from the city, had formed an alliance with other Minotaurs and some Cyclops after defeating a demon that tormented Mintwallen for some time. He also told them that he didn't know the reason why Palka had made that decision and he couldn't understand why those rebellious Minotaurs didn't follow the teachings called Mutar, which is a philosophy based on peace and concentration. His suspicions point to a kind of false god who was controlling them, but more information about it was even unknown to him. So the scouts returned to Fair Plains while the other members of the order were already finishing a building, a test site for the new members who wanted to join their ranks, just as the elf advised. This place is known today as the Dream Challenge Quest. The scouts informed their companions that the Minotaurs were not their true enemies, but that they could not understand, even in their dreams, what was the reason for these attacks. So they decided to send a group to talk to the strongest Minotaur leaders and make a truce. Now the Order of Knights was better prepared and ready to return to battle against the Necromancers, but suddenly an unexpected betrayal appeared. Its former member Falnus now held the highest position in the Brotherhood of Bones. The mighty traitor walked fearlessly in the direction of his former companions and let them know that he was willing to kill them all if they did not surrender, and also told them that from now on they should call him for his new name, Goshnar. Goshnar, despite the evil in his heart, offered the members of his former order the possibility of withdrawing from the place and gave them to understand that the true reason for his presence in Fair Plains had nothing to do with them particularly, and therefore the war did not belong to them. Some secret knowledge was possessed by the Necromancer King which most of the members of the Nightmare Knights were ignorant of. At this point it was already obvious that Goshnar had used the Nightmare Knights as a tool to learn the secret of dream walking. Furthermore, all these facts explained that the extraordinary powers that the Necromancer possessed were not by chance. Despite the Necromancer King's latest warning, the Nightmare Knights did not give up. Their order was based on honor and justice, and they preferred to die annihilated than surrender to evil. Thus, again war and chaos broke out in Fair Plains. The flora that once existed turned into fire. Races fought each other, mutilated bodies could be found everywhere, seas and rivers had turned red, and fewer warriors from all alliances were left alive. But thanks to the great skill in weapons and magic of the strongest members of the Nightmare Knights, they managed to prevail in the battle against the Necromancers, and the war seemed to come to an end. Only Goshnar and a handful of loyal Necromancers remained. The Necromancer King let them know that he still had highly dangerous allies and that sooner or later they would go into battle. The Nightmare Knights did not believe the words of the injured Necromancer. Poltonen, a High Lord of the Order, wielded a weapon gifted to him by the elves. It was an extremely powerful sword, made of broken dreams and a perfect edge. Poltonen ran towards the Necromancer and with the sword named the Avenger, he managed to pierce the wounded body of the Necromancer King who collapsed on the ground. At that moment, a silence took over the place for a few seconds. The Knights of the Order began to celebrate their victory with their weapons in the sky and hugs. They thought the chaos had come to an end. But the celebration was not very long. A few minutes passed until from one moment to another an energy that flowed from the earth, the sea and from the few trees that remained in the plains, began to be visualized in the air. The mana accumulated in the area was directed and converged on a common point. A short distance from the battle stood a mysterious pregnant sorceress, surrounded by a sparkly blue aura, floating slightly in the air, her arms loose, her palms open and her eyes closed. Poltinus withdrew the sword from Goshnar's body and began to rise slowly as he looked at the woman in surprise. Everyone was paralyzed and no one understood the situation. Then all of a sudden, the woman's eyes flashed, her arms spread wide, and a heart-rending scream was heard. All the members fell to the ground and covered their ears. A powerful energy was unleashed from the hands of the powerful sorceress that spread throughout the area. The shockwave destroyed some of the remaining buildings, including the construction of a nearby cathedral to the west of the plain. The land shook, a great earthquake was unleashed and a faint demonic essence began to emerge from beneath the Order's feet. After a few minutes, the atmosphere calmed down and the mysterious sorceress fell to the ground due to lack of mana. The few remaining necromancers took the woman on their shoulders and fled from the place. Trimon, another High Lord of the Order, ordered some knights to follow the girl who had taken refuge in the far lands of Karlin. Later they would learn that the mysterious sorceress was the very daughter of Goshnar and future mother of the powerful Ferumbras, who had not yet been born. The woman was known as Firmubras, whose name she would change to Yenny the Gentle in the future to hide her identity due to the persecutions. The Knights of the Order did not quite understand what had happened and rose again. In addition, in the wake of the destruction that remained, they decided to change the name of the desolate place from Fair Plains to Plains of Havoc. The remaining members of the Order took Goshnar's corpse for burial. They carried the body aside from their underground fortress, in order to protect the necromancer's corpse from being stolen or revived. The fortress also had a long tunnel that led to their treasure room where they hid their powerful weapons. The path was protected by various traps and seals to allow access only to members of the Order. When everyone was resting, a member of the Order who was digging the hole to bury Goshnar's corpse, noticed that the earth was burning with heat. He called out to other members and they quickly headed to the room of their treasures. They realized that demonic essence emerged from the earth walls, while a rift began to open on the floor, but it was not just an ordinary rift, it was a portal that connected with another dimension. The portal was so powerful that it affected the fabric of space and time to all who approached. Members of the Order just realized that the powerful sorceress had used her energy to help create the portal. And after a few seconds, some hideous and never-before-seen creatures started to come out of the hole. The first to come out was a kind of juggernaut, which almost effortlessly crushed 6 members of the Order in 1 second. Some members, in desperation, entered the treasure room and quickly sealed the entrance with magic, while another group quickly exited the cave. At this moment, the Dream Master remembered the words that the elf had mentioned, and now they were beginning to make sense. The elf, in addition to other secrets, had told him the words necessary to seal Goshna's grave. The Dream Master, in despair and probably misunderstanding the elf's message, ordered some members of the Order to seal Goshna's grave. Then he ordered another group to head to Agora, which were lands unknown to most of humanity at the time, but which could probably be used to install new bases for refuge, since according to some rumors, those lands could possess artifacts of great power that could be of great help in facing evil. Thus, an expedition of a few knights and a dwarf moved quickly in search of the mysterious island. While the members of the Order that remained in Plains of Havoc quickly used magic and wrote on the grave. Once the tomb was sealed, as they ran to the surface, another huge explosion occurred and a big part of Tibia was clouded over due to the eruption of a volcano. The knights stumbled as the earth shook again in the form of an earthquake. Members from the floor crawled and carefully peeked out to see what happened. With dilated pupils they observed that from the deep caves there was a flickering glow of unleashed energy and the walls of the underground fortress were quickly covered in fire. Serpentine Tower, despite being a place created almost 20 years ago, is still one of the most mysterious places in the game and is visited daily by dozens of players trying to discover something new. But unfortunately no one has been able to advance beyond the fire elemental and the gym. Will it be possible to advance some other step? Or even if it is not a quest, what's the logic behind this mysterious tower? What does this place want to communicate? These questions and other much deeper details, and probably never mentioned before, you will see exclusively in this video. Books full of information, so it is very important to know which book can give us clues and which cannot. In this case, the most likely books to contain clues are research papers. But in addition, there are also at least 6 books with quite curious stories, and that perhaps are very important to be able to advance in the quest. You can pause the video to read the book if you want. One of these books tells about a character called Master of the Games, which suggests new challenges. But the vizier in charge of Agora suspects that this finds that bringing demons to the arena could cause chaos should the situation get out of hand. But let's not just stay with this, now let's go to the Serpentine Tower. In the library, there is a research paper which has its name crossed out. Since, as we can read at the end of the document, this spell has been forbidden by the Pharaoh. So, will this banned research paper be the result of the book Greater Challenges? Most likely yes, since they logically coincide. If the arena master intended to experiment with demons, the vizier forbids it, and therefore the Pharaoh forbids it, then this research paper corresponds to an event subsequent to the book described above. Now we must understand that Serpentine Tower is an academy of magical arts, therefore, it is very certain that here they have tried to do that experiment to the demon, since a demon in Tibia is not like any other creature. It is not possible for a demon to be acquired as a pet, rather they are one of the most powerful creatures in the game created by Zafra. In addition, their nature does not correspond to our kingdom either. Actually, the demons belong to a different dimension than ours, and only through portals made through spells are they able to enter our dimension. two spaces with mysterious levers, which is not known what they are used for. Now if we look at our minimap, we will realize that this arena actually refers to cat's eyes because its shape. In addition, as the research paper says, it says that this ability should be used at night. Therefore, the following action must be done in this place when it is night in the game. And curiously, if you have read the article that Sipsoft published in Tibia.com about mysteries, they refer on several occasions to the word night, linking this word with Serpentine Tower. Most likely, the arena is the next step and the correct place to advance in the Serpentine Tower, which will probably be to free the vampire, since we know that vampires do not like sunlight. But practice may not seem as easy as theory. Personally, I have already tried it on several occasions and failed, but anyway, I invite you to try this for other theories, and perhaps it might give you results. But on the other hand, I don't think these are all the clues. Today we have only reviewed a couple of documents, but there are many more and there are also many more logical hints of what to do. But this will be for the next video, since this series will have at least 3 more videos that explain all the logic of the tower. So subscribe and share this video, so as not to miss information and secrets never told before about Serpentine Tower and about other places that players probably don't even imagine are unsolved quests. This video will follow the logic set out in the previous video, therefore, if you have not seen the previous video, I recommend to view the first chapter before. In this chapter, we will investigate more about the possible logic behind the Serpentine Tower and possible theories that could lead to advancing the quest. To the next step in the quest, but this is not enough information as we are not yet clear on what to do. So we must go back to the Serpentine Tower for more clues and try to put together an idea for the whole quest. It can be seen that on the central table of the laboratory there is another research paper. Even this one is on a blood stain, but we will talk about the detail later. For now, we will focus on the information this document can provide us. This research paper is called a divination spell, which is based on specifying the gender of an unborn child. But what does this mean? Here we can see one of the tricks that almost all research papers contain. Most of these documents are written as riddles and are not easy to understand at first glance, rather they must be read several times to understand the connection between one and the other, and a certain level of knowledge about the law of Tibia is also needed, otherwise they are simply impossible to understand. Because the ability to specify the gender of an unborn child is typical of the elves, as we can see in the book shown in the image. But for issues of time, I will not talk about this in detail now, but the important thing here is to understand that there may be some important link between these two topics, in addition to knowing that we have an elf NPC in the Ancraman arena. On the other hand, the information that may be relevant in this document is found in the words specified. Although it sounds curious, it can be an important clue. Since if we read the research paper, Demon Summoning, we can observe that the information indicates that experiment was failed because the reaction of nature against the demonic incursion is entropic, which resulted in an explosion when trying to open the gap between 2 dimensions. Due to this failed summoning attempt, the experiment ended up summoning other lesser creatures called Reds, but they are not real demons, but rather borderlands creatures, referring to the word border as the gap between 2 dimensions joined by a portal. For the same reason, in the same document it is concluded that this method to bring demon through portals is entropic, or in other words, tends to disorder, and therefore, it is not possible to specify the type of demon to which they intend to summon. So, we will explain it again in detail in case you haven't noticed the link between these 2 documents yet. The research paper, Demon Summoning, was unsuccessful because nature's reaction is entropic. It tends to disorder, and this resulted in bringing successful, since they managed to specify the creature that they really wanted to bring to our dimension. But that's not all about this research paper, as we don't know what to do with this information yet. We need to find out how these clues could be useful in advancing the quest. But first, we will turn to a curious book in the Serpentine Tower Library, which tells us about a princess of Ankreman named Maharu. This book tells us that this princess was very loved by both people and jinns, and for the same reason the jinn decided to build a garden for her to visit when she was sad. The princess fell in love with her garden and visited it from time to time, but over time her visits were less frequent, until one day, as the book says, a smile came to her face, and this gave her the necessary motivation to return to work in his garden, until later she died under his favorite tree. Then her garden, being so valuable, was desecrated by a caravan, and an immersive force was unleashed which left the place totally destroyed. This indicates that this woman possessed great powers, which perhaps she herself ignored. These powers are attributed to her bloodline from the royal family of Ankreman, which would be the pharaohs. Information in this book can be extremely important, and we will try to explain it briefly. As I mentioned, in these books there are many riddles, and the phrase, "a smile came to her face," is one of them. This particular phrase would mean that the princess had a child, and her child was the reason that prompted her to return to work in her garden. But what does all this mean? The quest seems to be extremely complex, and for the same reason at first glance it seems that nothing makes sense, but investigating in detail, some pieces of the puzzle begin to come together. In this case, if we go to Ghostland we will find a desolate place, but it has some small details that give us some clues. To the south of this place there is an illusion of a garden, and if we get closer, we will see it as a destroyed garden. On the other hand, there is also another illusion on the side of a tree and a ghost woman walking, in a scene that appears to be a suicide or murder. Is this the garden and the tree spoken of in the book of Princess Maharu? The truth is that these clues are too few to verify and could be just coincidences, but if we go to talk to the Banshee Queen, she will tell us some very interesting dialogues. She makes it clear to us that she possesses a curse that has left her in her undead state and makes her a guardian of this place. Also, if we ask her about holy orchids, she will answer us. The odor of these flowers, it brings back memories. So we know that for some reason the flowers bring back memories to her. Will these be memories of the garden before she became an undead? Most likely yes, since even when we finish Banshee Quest, she will give us a kiss that will transform us into undeads. With this kiss, she takes away our soul forever, and we will appear on the surface of Ghostland, right in a grave next to the tree. Also, let's remember that the book in Ankreman tells that ascension depends on three factors: releasing the Ark, Ra and Uthan, which form a trinity. These words are translated into our language as body, soul and memory, respectively. Then most likely this quest is a requirement to advance in the Serpentine Tower, since to ascend, one of the requirements we need is to free ourselves from our soul, and in this quest we achieve it. But going back to Maharu, who is his daughter then? There are several clues about this, most likely that Maharu, being very dear to the jinn, they agreed to take care of her daughter when she died. And if we visit Blue Jinn Fortress, we will find a young orphan girl named Tibia, which is a name in ancient language and means moonflower, which would indicate that Maharu gave her that name due to her love for flowers. On the other hand, we also know that there are three mysterious banshees in Tibia. One located in Jakundaf Desert and another in Tibia, which are also related to this topic and most likely to Serpentine Tower, but we will talk about this in more detail in the next video. For now we will return to the document divination spell. We know that to specify the gender of an unborn child, or in this case specify the type of demon that is intended to bring, a woman with a uterus would be needed, which would be part of a ritual to carry it out. It's for this reason that in many places we find demon and banshees. Therefore, these banshees would be necessary for use in rituals, and this would be one of several methods to bring demons into our reality. But then, what does the research paper divination spell mean to us? Most likely, it means that we must sacrifice the blood of a woman for one of the steps, therefore a woman and a sorcerer would be the right player to pull the jinn lever. This theory would fit perfectly with the hint that Sipsov left in an article dedicated to Serpentine Tibia.com, in which Sipsop placed an illustration of the woman next to the jinn, and also the name of the image is called Sorcerer and Jinn. Therefore, so far we know that the Anchorman arena could be one of the next steps to advance in the quest, and that the right character for this action should be a female sorcerer. I invite you to test these theories, but as I mentioned before, there are still many more clues, even more specific than the previous ones. So for the next video, we will see more clues and more details. In the meantime, I hope you can continue investigating and contributing your ideas or knowledge in the comments. In this video, we will talk about possible Serpentine Tower connections with the mysterious Banshees of Tibia, since there is a possibility that they are part of a previous mission or even part of the quest. For many years, players have been intrigued to learn why in remote places, like Jakundaf Desert or deep within White Flower Temple, we find lonely banshees. Even the one found in Jakundaf Desert is next to a teleport and a lever. Is this place related to a quest? As we mentioned in the previous chapter, there seems to be a connection between one of the princesses described in Anchorman with the Queen of the Banshees, and that there is a possibility that these princesses are used for demonic rituals. Therefore, probably the teleport next to the Banshee is part of a mission not yet discovered. For this, we will first start with a book found in the Palace of Anchorman, which tells us about a princess named Tamehi, who was the daughter of a pharaoh named Athena. One day, they went on a diplomatic mission to Tais, where she fell in love with a nobleman from Tais, and she became pregnant. But since it was a forbidden love, when Pharaoh found out about the situation, he ordered that she and her daughter be executed in the arena of Anchorman. When the behemoths were about to kill her, the young nobleman from Tais rescued her, and they fled to the north. Then the Pharaoh went to look for her in Tais and asked the king to give him her daughter, but the king claimed not to know about her whereabouts. Here we must understand the key words of this book. In this case, the phrase nobleman of Tais is fundamental. In addition to that, the book suggests that she escaped to Tais, since the Pharaoh chased her to that city. But who will this nobleman from Tais be? At this point, it's important to have paid attention to old quests, as the lore of a quest can have very significant consequences for other missions. In this case, there is a quest called Noble Armor Quest, located in the vicinity of Tais. In short, the story of this quest is about a mage named Dago, who tried to summon a black demon on the Mount Sternum volcano. His experiment was unsuccessful, and he ended up dying in the attempt. In this case, the important thing is two facts. First, that he also tried to perform a demonic ritual, and the other is the fact that we get a noble armor and a crown helmet in the quest. Is this the nobleman spoken of in the book? All the evidence would point to whether it was him, since we also found a lyre under fire, which would indicate that this man was a bard. And if you saw my video about the lore of the Nightmare Knights and the Necromancer's Brotherhood of Bones, you will understand that in one of the bases of the Nightmare Knights known as Dream Challenge Quest, there were necromancers infiltrated in order to learn the secrets of the dream walking. On this fortress we will find a book that seems unimportant, but as we have repeated, sometimes the simplest book can have a great clue. In this case, there is a book called How to Seduce Women in 7 Steps, which tells how to seduce a woman, and a good option is to pretend to be a bard. But why would they want to seduce a princess of Anchorman? The answer is more complex and is part of the lore of Tibia, which also intersects with many mysteries. But in summary, the blood of the princesses of Anchorman is more powerful than the normal blood of humans, since it has elven blood, which indicates that when it was mixed with the blood of direct descendants of Baena, this blood acquired great powers beyond normal, which grants powers much greater conclusion, the motive for kidnapping these princesses would be to use it for demonic rituals. Then, Dago, although he was a noble man of ties, corruption and intrigue by necromancy led him to join this sect, and one of his missions was to kidnap one of these women in order to create a demonic ritual. As for the Banshee of Ties, she is most likely the Princess Tamehi mentioned in the book in Agora. Since if we go to read a document next to Chester Cars in Ties, we can read in the document the chronicle of the Ties army investigating the place where we found the Banshee under White Flower Temple. The document tells us about a group of people were part of a cult and some demonic rituals were performed there. But then what should we do with this information? Most likely, there is a whole hidden quest, but it was never discovered. And perhaps there is a possibility that this quest is part of the Serpentine Tower, or perhaps just a separate quest, but it could provide valuable information on what to do in Ankara. But what would be the clues to do here? If we head to the Jakunda Desert, apart from the enclosed Banshee, we will also find a book in a very particular place. This book has a curious text, which is a literal quote to a movie called Monty Python and the Holy Grail. The book seems to be a joke or a tribute to the inspiration to create all the lore of Plains of Havoc, Demon Bunny and Paradox Tower. However, it is rare to find a book in Tibia that does not have useful information for the game. In this case, the book mentions that we must first find a holy pin, and then count to 3, and the book repeatedly named the number 3. So there is a clear clue to something related to the number 3 and something about a holy pin. But what does this mean? If any of you have done the desert quest and got all the keys, you will surely know that in one of the chests we will find a panpipe. And now that I've mentioned the story of bards and banshees, this instrument probably makes sense to you now. Most likely, the bard who used this banshee has forgotten his instrument there in the depths of the desert, and that would explain the relation between these two topics. So, if we look again at the hints that Sipsoft has given us, they make more and more sense to us, like the image shown in the video now, where Amoro the quester plays a lament for the banshee with his panpipe, telling us that Othma was the lover of this poor lonely banshee. Do you remember Othma? The one named in the book about Lake Amrose, where we can supposedly find the legendary golden helmet. Also, we know that the NPC outside of Jakunda is a necromancer named Adrenius. He is a follower of Fafnar, and most likely he was the one who wrote the book that mentions Othma and Lake Amrose. On the other hand, we know that Fafnar is a goddess who is also praised in the city of Karlin, the same place where Ferumbra's mother escaped after the war in Plains of Havoc. Also, remember the research paper that talks about the Reds in the Serpentine Tower, which tells us that they were creatures similar to demons but weaker. Well, perhaps now it will be possible to understand the meaning of the diversity of fire devils in the vicinity of this place or in Ghostland, since we know that in order to perform a demon summoning, a large amount of energy is needed, which would explain the trapped dragons. That would be the source of energy. The same happens in other places, like in the ritual room in Drifia and the respawn of the worms to one side. Tibia has an impressive history, and with enough patience, little by little we can begin to connect all the parts of this big puzzle. In fact, Serpentine Tower is the place which explains all the old mysteries at once. Now back to the banshees. As mentioned, the clues we would use would be the number 3 and the holy pin, which we will assume is about the panpipes. Now when we go to White Flower Temple, the book Holy Granade makes sense. In the place of this mysterious abandoned banshee, we repeatedly find the number 3 as well, but now we find it on objects. We can see 3 basins and 3 mirrors. Even in one of the basins there is a bone, while the other 2 basins are empty. So what is our mission here? What should we do? This type of question is what we must always ask ourselves to try to solve a mystery. What would our mission be within this environment? In this case, our mission is most likely to cure the banshee from her curse. For this we would need a ritual to carry out to cure the undead state of this princess. The ritual part is probably the most complex, but we have some clues. In this banshee's room we can find, in addition to the bone, a skull on the bed and a dirty cape in the wardrobe. Most likely we should sacrifice what was left of her in the basins, and exert some action with the panpipe. I could almost confirm that this belongs to a quest, as this banshee's respawn will take us to an 8th quarter of Banshee quest, which is inaccessible so far. Since in that quest, we only access 7 rooms, and we never access the last one in the middle. Also, have you noticed that the monuments in that room are written in a strange language? If you read the monuments inside this place, you will notice a strange language, which is known as ancient language, or demonic language, since it is the same language used by the demons. But what does this mean to us? Well, if you go to the Serpentine Tower Library, there will be a very curious book that has yet to be deciphered. If you read carefully, this book is the same language used in Ghostland. In addition, in the Isle of the King's Library, you will also find some books that talk about Ghostland and the events that happened there when some explorers went to investigate the place. One of the books tells us that they had to fight hordes of spectres and undead, until from one moment to another, they saw a mummy. And as the book described, the mummy slowly raised his finger pointing at them and said, in this last chapter of Serpentine Tower, we will see the possible connection between warlocks and Serpentine Tower, or rather, between warlocks and demon summoning, and some possible clues of what to do in the tower. As we have commented in the previous chapters, the research paper, Demon Summoning, tell us about that this experiment ended up killing 3 magicians. However, they managed to summon creatures called lesser creatures, or reds, which are probably fire devils, as we commented previously. The important thing is that the fire devils are creatures seen in very few places, such as Jacunda, Ghostland and Karos, among other places. But how would this relate to the warlocks? At this point, we must return to the old libraries of Tibia in search of some clue. In the Jacundath library, we will find various books on potions and magic in general. One book in particular is about mixing potions, and it was written by an old magician. The author says that as a precaution, he prefers to write some of these forms in a very ancient language, known only by the wisest sorcerers. Here the key is not the content of the book, but the background. This information means that those who once lived there were magicians of great power and knowledge, but why don't they live here anymore? The Dreamers tells us that there was a catastrophe at this place in wartime a long time ago, and from that moment on, the place was abandoned. But where are these magicians now? If we go to Demona, we will find many books with very relevant information. But in a particular place, we will find dozens of books that we cannot read either, since they are also written in an ancient language which we do not understand. Why would Sipsoft put so many books in a library which have no information? In this case, they most likely do have information, but not literal. This fact of finding a library full of books with an ancient language gives us to understand that some ancient magicians wrote many books there. So we could say that it was the warlocks who inhabited Jacundath. It is a difficult statement to verify, since it can only be coincidences. But there are many clues that can help us understand what is happening. In Demona, the warlocks are learning from their ancestors, and they are trying to interpret their knowledge. But before continuing with this information, one thing needs to be made clear. First of all, there are 2 types of warlocks. The old warlocks and the new warlocks. Then we could deduce that at least most of the ancient warlocks are extinct, or perhaps a handful of them remain in the surroundings of Tibia. While the new warlocks are those who inhabit Demona and who are learning from their ancestors. So, returning to the theme, the warlocks seek various research topics, their main focus being the study of a topic called magic web. The magic web, to explain it in a simple way, would be like a magic portal to teleport between one point and another. That is, its function would be similar to a teleport or a strange carving when the player carries a specific item. The warlocks believe that there are special doors for the use of the magic web, and it cannot be used in a random place, but only in specific places where you find concentration of magic and mana However, they also discovered that to open these portals on the magic web, where certain items and special abilities are needed. They found that the talons, wand of might, and lava function as a kind of trinity force. More specifically, they were able to discover that talons react with lava, and lava reacts to the wand of might. Then, by making use of this trinity force, it would be possible to open a gap or a portal that connects two different places and you can travel between them. But what does this have to do with Serpentine Tower? The relation is that in the Serpentine Tower some magicians tried to open a portal which ended in disaster while trying to summon demons. Coincidentally, Jakundaf is a desert because of an accident and some magicians also inhabited this place. However, these are still theories and could be just coincidences, but it seems that many facts point to the same thing. First of all, the name of the place where the warlocks live is a clear clue. Demona. Also, like we said earlier, Jakundaf is one of the few places that is full of fire devils, just like in Ghostland. In Ghostland, we also find a locked demon where curiously there are two warlocks that are only in that room. On the other hand, in Jakundaf Desert apparently Sipsoft has given us enough clues to relate this issue to demons. In Update 8.1 they added the mysterious house called Demon Tower. Sipsoft also added transcripts to NPC Adrenius about Anchorman and other topics. There is also the event called Demon's Lullaby, which curiously is a mother demon, which we could also relate to what was explained above with the banshees and demonic rituals. Other coincidences are found in Edron, in the same place that Orshabal appears there are also raids of warlocks, monks and other creatures that appear from time to time. In the ruins of Edron we also have warlocks on the side of the lava. In these ruins we can even see in various places how the lava has risen from the ground and has covered various parts of the ground that today seem to have been submerged in lava. Not to mention that in Inquisition Quest, there is a room full of warlocks, and at the end of the quest there is literally a portal from which demons and other demonic creatures enter our reality. So what is the conclusion? Well, first there are several books in Tibia that give us clues on how to relate these topics in more detail. There is a book called Demonic Invasions, which tells us that demons enter our kingdom through portals, but curiously these portals are open when there are volcanic eruptions. Even one of these volcanic eruptions coincided with the arrival of the ruthless seven in pits of Inferno. On the other hand, it says that demons do not have the ability to cause a volcanic eruption by themselves, so there should be a class of external forces that are involved in this type of ritual. So basically, if we know that warlocks are capable of controlling lava with the use of talons and wand of might, we could say that they can cause a volcano to erupt or simply be able to open portals to bring demons into our reality. Probably for much larger rituals, such as invocations of demon bosses like Morgoth or Gasparin, volcanic eruptions are needed or accumulating a much greater amount of energy. This would explain why Ferumbra's citadel is on a volcano. However, might be another type of rituals to summon demons, which will not be explained right now. So perhaps with demon summoning, the use of the magic web is enough. We can observe this in one of the tombs of Anchorman. Rahimos is an exile boss punished by Akrathep for an attempted treason. However, Rahimos is one of the few creatures that has the ability to summon demons, comparable only to Ferumbra's and a handful of other very strong creatures. Interestingly, in the Rahimos tomb, it is the only tomb where we find warlocks, even one respawns next to it. In addition to that we can observe the strange carvings right in the middle of the room. On the other hand, we found a wand of that you have to go to all these places at the same time, nor you need a lot of knowledge to trigger an action. The quests are always similar, the hint are basically in the same place, or at most, a couple of hints might be in a different places. But then, are there clues to what to do specifically in the Serpentine Tower as a quest? I think that the big problem in Serpentine Tower is not the lack of clues, but the huge amount of possible clues of what to do, since there are almost 40 books that all seem to point to what to do. It is only up to the players to take these clues, based on knowledge and try trial and error over and over again, until someone manages to solve it. However, I will leave the possible clues that I have found over the years so that you are not disappointed, even though I cannot verify if they will really work since I have never advanced in the quest, but I hope that you try some tests and maybe some are lucky to finally solve this great mystery. Never been able to advance another step in the tower? The first option, and the one that many think, is because the reason would be that this quest does not exist or probably was never finished. Other people would say that the mechanics are very specific and the clues are not enough to solve it. But if this quest exists, where are we failing? I asked myself this question for a long time and gradually began to understand that there are clues, but they were never discussed, at least publicly. I even inquired into the lore of Tibia, thinking that there might be answers to solve the quest. The truth is that I found many surprises, many secrets with so few clues that it is almost impossible to find them. Some of these secrets are already public, others probably never will be, because I consider that they play a great role in the old mysteries of Tibia, and these secrets only acquire excitement and happiness if you find them for yourself. However, apparently none of these secrets lead to the solution of a specific quest. They are only part of the knowledge of the game, which will not give you a physical reward, but only knowledge. Only then did I understand that secrets are different from a quest. In other words, you don't need to know secrets to solve a mission. So if Serpentine Tower is a quest, its clues must be there in Anchorman, hidden between the books and the NPCs. We have to admit that almost everything has been tested for almost 20 years. Many players have stood in specific places, they have tried to sacrifice all kinds of items in the bases, exerting actions at specific times, among many other similar methods. But still nothing seems to work. But have we really tried everything in the tower? I would say not. This quest is made for us as players to try again and again the obvious, the conventional, what we always do. But that's the problem, we have to think a little differently, even literally. If I could compare this quest, it would be with Optical Inquest and the binary code. I don't mean to say that we have to do the same, but clearly there we were taught that there are different As I said earlier, the clues should be in books and on Anchorman NPCs. Many of the ones that I found I left in the previous video, but the message was probably not well understood, so I will also try to explain in a better way now. Starting with the basics, in the tower we find 3 scattered liquids: water, blood and slime. If we pay attention, the state of each liquid is different, that is, the water is fresher, the blood less fresh, and the slime is about to disappear. This clue could indicate the order to be followed with each step. For example, the pot with water is the first thing we do, releasing the fire elemental. So we must assume that the blood is related to the second step, and the slime to the last one. This fact coincides, in a certain way, with the poem that we find in the Temple of Anchorman, which apparently first describes the requirements to advance in the quest, which I think are certain quests, such as Helmet of the Ancients, Banshee Quest, and DJNM Quest. Then the poem tells us the order to follow for the quest. The word life-giving is likely to refer to a druid doing this first action, since druids are the ones who possess the life-giving powers in the game. While the words water and air would correspond to moving the water pot and using the torch, which would represent water and air. In the next line, the poem talks about death brining powers, which would correspond to a sorcerer. While the words fire and lightning would correspond to the djinn, since he has these 2 abilities, fire and electrify. The third line names the word blessing, which we could attribute to the paladins and knights, while the phrase death and undead would correspond to release the behemoth and the vampire. Therefore, at least this poem would make it clear to us that we would need the 4 locations of the game to be able to advance in the quest: druid, sorcerer, knight and paladin. Each location should do the mission named in the book, otherwise, we would fail. Therefore, if we know how to do the first action, we must discover the second, which would correspond to the bloody spot. The clue in this step, as in the previous step, would be the item next to the blood, which in this case would be the research paper, divination spell. First of all, we must understand that divination is an art of prophesying a fact, that is, seeing an event before it happens. The only thing that comes to mind with these definitions would be the item crystal ball, which we can find the Serpentine Tower. However, I also think it may be related to guessing something. In this case, it would be to guess the 4 items that would go in the basins next to the djinn. In the Green Djinn Fortress, we found also 4 rooms enclosed by lava, and some items that seem to communicate something, or in other words, we should guess their meaning. For example, in the first quarter, if we mix the items, it would result in a fruit juice, which is obtainable in the game. In the second place, it appears to be a gingerbread man, or even a chocolate cake. Do not think that these items could be very new for the quest. Most likely, Serpentine Tower, as a quest, was finished around 8.2 or 8.5. Therefore, I recommend considering items up to that version. The third quarter is more difficult, which I have not been able to decipher. But it's probably some kind of metal or some special weapon. The last quarter I think refers to a behemoth, as even the description of a behemoth on Tibia.com tells us that the creature looks like a mix of humans and minotaurs. In the same way, the magic wall gives us to understand that it refers to a strong creature, since with a fence it would not be enough to have the creature trapped. But in this case it could be behemoth claw, since this item is also named in an Anchorman book. Anyway, I may be wrong in interpreting items, but 1,000 minds are better than 1. On the other hand, in the previous video I named the research paper Forbidden Spell, which has many excess in some words. The explanation of these words, briefly, is because the plasma leak comes from the blood, specifically in blood transfusion. Therefore, the word tying the blood would fit well. However, English is not my mother tongue, but it is a matter of looking for a word that contains 5 letters, must be a verb and ends in ing. The list is not very long, so you can assign another word to it if you like. But the point of this research paper would be that we must tie the blood or mix it. If you look at it, next to the djinn, there are 5 tiles, which would fit perfectly with the 5 excess in the document. We can see something similar in Dream Challenge Quest, in the book that names appear with the letters O and X, which indicate that we must play some some items with that shape in certain SQLs. But I think in this case it would be blood, since in the lore of Jinn, whether in books or movies, it is said that Jinn fulfill your wishes if you sacrifice your blood. So, if we must bound the Jinn to fulfill our wishes, another necessary item comes into play here. Amphra. In Serpentine Tower we have a book called Lamp of Taza. It tells us about a person who could bound a Jinn to fulfill his wishes. The important thing about the book is that through an object, the Jinn was his slave and fulfilled his wishes. As I showed in the last video, recently in an update, Sipsoft seems to have put another hint, since the Jinn who gives us a blessing is also forced to fulfill our wishes, which in this case is to give us a blessing. The funny thing about this is that next to the Jinn there is a unique item, which is called Mysterious Amphra. This means that said Jinn was forced to fulfill wishes thanks to that Amphra. And as we well know, in Serpentine Tower we also have an Amphra. On the other hand, Melchior tells us that if we know the name of a Jinn, he should serve us. Even later, with Mahathir update, the same clue is repeated to us, where the book we find there tells us that to control a Jinn, we must know his name. But what is the name of this Jinn? Most likely his name is Bassam, because if we go to Melchior and say Bassam, he will tell us that he knows him, and said Jinn was an Ifrit or green Jinn. But curiously a Jinn with this name does not exist in Tibia as an NPC, therefore this Jinn in Serpentine Tower will be named Bassam. But there is still more information missing, where this clue is probably the most important and perhaps the most difficult to believe. I will try to justify it in the best possible way, since I am 100% sure that this is the key to advance in the quest and what would explain why we have always failed. In the Anchorman Palace we have a book called Tales of Stranger, which tells us several curious facts. The book, in short, tells us of a stranger who was rescued from the desert and that the priests took care of him. They saw something important in him, so they performed a ritual for some mysterious reason. First it seems to point us to the scarab necklace, which is probably a necessary item for the quest. But what is really important here is the subsequent information. It tells us that the stranger was subjected to a ritual, which included incense and ancient rituals. And as we know, in the Serpentine Tower we can find an altar with incenses and a book that seems to describe an ancient ritual in an ancient language. On the other hand, the stranger was trapped between life and death for 3 long days, while the priest climbed the highest pyramid to ask the gods for help. In this last part, you will find the key to advance in the quest. First, there is only one way to sleep and hear evil whispers in Tibia, which is indicated in the Black Knight books. If we read the description of this helmet, it matches the definition of the book. But it is not only this, what is really important here, as I said at the beginning, is time. We must spend 3 Tibian days and 3 Tibian nights with a Jinn, locked up using a demon helmet. This means spending 3 hours in a round without killing the Jinn. First of all, this is said in the book, where the stranger spent 3 long days between life and death. So this information is something literal. I know it's hard to believe, but even the NPCs tell us about this. For example, the NPC Tofdor tells us about great suffering, which is a state of decline, which would be like a sacrifice to a god, which in this case would be an offering for our god. I won't go into the background of the quest in detail, but in short, we are serving our godhead and empowering him with our powers by doing this, and then, he will reward us in some way. Furthermore, another book in Anchorman also tells us about this matter. The lower floor of the Serpentine Tower is an hourglass, in which the magic wall represents closing the hourglass so that time stops and you can fulfill the necessary ritual. Therefore, you must stay locked up for 3 long hours, which would be equivalent to 3 days and 3 nights in Tibian time. But even the time when the ritual begins must be specific, just as the book Suns and the Stars says. This ritual must begin, in real time, when your watch strikes the 15th minute, since the day in Tibia begins at the 15th minute of any hour and turns to night at the 45th minute of that same hour. For example, if the time in your country is 1 p.m., then you exactly 1:15 p.m. and when it is 1:45 p.m. the night will begin. A night in Tibia will be from 1:45 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. Therefore, following this example, a whole day or 24 hours in Tibia would be from 1:15 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. And to do the full ritual, you will need to be stuck with the jinn from 1:15 p.m. to 4:15 p.m. Most likely, the lever should be pulled at first, to start counting the timer. Make sure a friend locks you up, which a book also tells you. Also, when you finish the ritual it will be at night, therefore, the next step is in the arena of Agora, where there must also be players to give them the signal. I recommend read in detail the book Tales of Stranger to understand what I'm telling you here. If you don't believe me, imagine that optical sphere has not been solved yet, and someone told you that to advance in the quest, you need to adjust the Tibia graphics and lighting, go to a special stone, take a photo of it, pass it to Photoshop and highlight only some pixels with certain tools of the program in order to convert those marks to binary numbers and that those binary numbers give you a message. Would you have believed it too? Anyway, I will show the thousands of times that Sipsoft gave hints of this over and over again.
Hello everyone. Well, what we're gonna see today, many people asked me in the past to do this. This is an iceberg Tibia's secrets. Okay, it was posted in Reddit days ago, like a month ago, I think. There is a multiple iceberg of Tibia's secrets in Reddit. You can search it if you want. So I'm gonna talk about them in this video. I'm not gonna say all of them because for me not everything is like very important, but we're gonna review the most important of them. And that's all. Hope you like it. I don't know who made this, but the credit to the player who made this. So we're gonna start with the level 1, the power giver. It says extremely mainstream and mysteries, unsolved quests. Pretty much every Tibia player is knowledgeable about these topics, which are very well documented, both by in-game lore and online. Okay, so the first level is like everyone knows, sort of Fury Rule Guard, Book of Water Walking, and Serpentine Tower, Fortified Language, which is related to Honor language. Well, Serpentine Tower, level 999, Basilisk, Excalibur, blah blah blah. I'm not sure if we really topics, but everyone knows about them. So as I said, the second topic is gonna be curious. Curious player may show interest mainstream, but slightly less known topics. Everything in this level is heavily documented and can be easily studied through the use of traditional sources. People who delve into these topics for a certain amount of time will either quit for frustration or become mysteriando enthusiasts. Okay, yeah, this is true. People who want to try their luck in mysteriando for the first time, they get to this level, I guess. But yeah, frustration is very common because they try to find something very quickly. Sadly, Instagram is not like it's not something that you can learn in 1 week or 1 month. Actually, you need a lot of time to go deep in these topics. But I don't think these topics here are very deep. They are very basic topics too. But maybe we can explain. Mysterious or native quest. We know about it. This is basically related to Optigarden's first quest. I'm not the best to talk about this most new quest, but I'm still learning about a lot of things. But what we can say about these topics is it was a mystery for a long time, but nowadays it's a solved quest already. It was the first part, as far as I know, was solved by a Colorado, and then many people discover what to do with them, just in a way to advance the quest. Okay. Then what we have here, the Nightmare Knights. Okay, I have a video about the Nightmare Knights, the lore. So if you are interested in this topic, I recommend to view my. I think it's my two first videos in this channel talking about it. And then you can learn about the Nightmare Knights. Basically, it was an order of knights, and they are part of the story of Flames of Havoc, the war against Brotherhood of Bones, you know. And actually, a lot of these topics now you can find new content, even in new content like Rabbit or Roshamul, that you can find a lot of information about this topic. So Steps of it's expanding this part of the lore, which is very cool, and I invite you to research about it if you're interested. Dragons under Spyward Quest, Spikesword Quest, and I want to relate this to Silvermane. Okay, why? In Jakunda Desert or Desert Quest, we have dragons locked up, and people don't know how to reach this place. And if this place has something, people don't know how to access it. Okay. So what I'm gonna show you now is this picture. This picture here is about this place. So here we have a very old player called Mulf. Okay, Mulf is like a very known player. He's an old player. I'm not sure if he's still playing Tibia. I don't think so. And it's the only screenshot we have about this place. Okay, this picture here is fake, but it's not fake. Okay, what I mean here, yeah, he was checking this place with floor hack. He can view the lower floors with a program. But actually, he wasn't there. He faked himself, like pretending to be there. But it's not true. But this place really existed back then? Well, yes, it does. Exists nowadays? No. Okay, they changed the quest, or just the Sips of just delete the quest. We don't really know. Okay. I think personally, I think this place no longer exists. Okay. What I have found about this place is just searching, about the old lore, very old forums of Tibia, old here, if you were able to make this quest in the past, maybe you can get the silver maze, and that's why people relate silver maze with the dragon master spike sword quest. Okay, so let me explain this picture very fast. This is in Moon Walling, okay? Moon Walling is just 2 levels under this room, okay? In the past. So there was an update that you can outfit, you know, like choose your outfit as an elf. It was a patch. It was a, like a not official patch, but it was a patch that you can outfit yourself like a dwarf, elf, or game masters. The thing is, you can actually hear what level above you, and this is supposed to be the room there. Okay, so in the past you can hear what's one level above, and this is the room. So this room is the same as this. Nowadays it doesn't exist. Nowadays you cannot hear the dragon lords or whatever. But yeah, it's supposed to be an old quest. Of course, nowadays doesn't exist. Let's move on in another one. Rook Minimage. It's related to the Sword of Fury. The fourth background arena. There is a fourth room. I'm pretty sure everyone noticed it before. In the reward room, there is a fourth room, but no one knows how to access it. Okay. So what's on that? It's actually a quest. I would say yes, but I'm not sure, of course, because I've never been there before. But might be a way to get there. I don't know how, but I'm pretty sure it is a way if you ask me. Okay. Fixed weapons. Okay, so I have this. About this, I have a picture about it. I'm not a mod player, but not that old. I started playing and on which day 7.1 I think. But these graphics are very very old. And here you can see supposedly a fixed weapon. I'm not sure about this. If there is any old very old player watching this, please let us know in the comments if this is true or not. Okay. Okay, what else we have here? Jagunda Banshee. Yeah, we have the Jagunda Banshee. There is a lonely Banshee, but in Tibia we used to say there is 3 lonely Banshees. Okay, these 3 lonely Banshees. One is in Jagunda Desert. The second one is in Tai, in the Ancient Temple. It's not Ancient Temple actually. I don't remember the name, but you know, to the south of Tai. We have the Last Banshee in Ghostland. So, according to the lore, these banshees are supposed to be princess for animals, okay? And why are why they are there? And why they are undeads now? It's part of the lore, and it's very interesting. And I have some videos explaining about it, which I'm not gonna do right now because it will take too much time. There is a secret behind it, a hidden quest. Most likely, yes. Yeah, most likely there is a hidden quest there, a very old hidden quest, and probably is related one to each other. So maybe you have to do something in these 3 places, and maybe you can open a teleport or something like that. Most likely you have to start in Ghostland because in Ghostland we have a room which you cannot access, and most likely this teleport leads you to Jagunda Banshee, but it's just a theory. Okay, I might be wrong, but it's a very fun topic to dwarves every day and get a helmet. Perhaps, maybe it's you can say it's no, but now date and it's a quest course. No, this is still not a quest course. Okay, I mean you can open it and it's not. You can get unlimited items if you open this course, even nowadays. So I still don't think it's a quest. Okay, I think it's just a joke. I mean the mappers just laying and putting there some nice items. I might be wrong. Maybe there is a different mechanic about it, but personally, I don't think you can go to this place. Okay. What else we have here? Sweaty Cyclop, Warlord Sword. We all know what is this about. The Sweaty Cyclop is Big Ben. He's in a AB Dendril, and you can see the Warlord Sword there. Actually, the Big Ben talk about the sword, and he wants some items in exchange for the Warlord Sword. But most likely, again, in my opinion, I don't think you can get the Warlord Sword from here. I think the Warlord Sword you can actually find it in Liberty Bay, but it's my opinion about my research. What else we have? Samael. Okay, Samael is I think is a very new, not new, but you know, most recent mystery. It was discovered by Tibia Secrets, right? Tibia Secrets discovered this in the files, in the sets of files, and actually it does exist. Okay, Samael is a demon, and there is a very nice mystery there. I fully recommend to go deep on it because with Samael you can learn a lot of things. Like Ecclesius is a warlock, for example. He's a older warlock. He lost his memories, just like everyone who used to who drink water from the blue desert lost his memory, just like Benjamin. There is a very interesting lore on this, and if you pay attention, Ecclesius has the ability to bring demons to our reality. I mean, and that ability is just from warlocks who can open portals. As you can see in the quest with Ecclesius, you can actually he can transport you to the void. I mean, a normal human cannot do that. So Ecclesius' history is very, very interesting, and I really recommend to read about it. Here we have the Tides Rebellion with Gamel and probably people related to the topsy-turvy door in the second floor in Tides. What I think about this, if you read about this rebellion in Tides, I mean in Carlin, yeah, Carlin, most likely this rebellion is fake. I mean, I don't mean it doesn't exist in the game because it exists, but it's like a plan from Carlin to produce panic in Tides, okay? Not sure if I'm saying it well in English, but they made this. They want to suppose that is a rebellion happening in Tides, so the king gets panicked, you know. And but that's not true. It's like a plan. It's like an evil plan from the girls from Tides. That's why Topsy Turvy has this outfit from Carlin, okay? It's a very interesting story. Maybe I can do a video related to it, but most likely there is no more quest about it. It doesn't mean that the door in Topsy Turvy doesn't work. Okay, it's different. I think one answer about this can be also be found in Liberty Bay. Yeah, Liberty Bay might be related to the quest of Topsy and Turvy on the door. What else we have here? Lake Ambrose again. I have already talked about it, right? Talons and lava. Okay, this is typical. People think that talons can move lava because there is a book talking about it. But if you read the book carefully and all the books in Demona, you realize it's just not talons and lava. It's actually I'm gonna write it actually. It's talons, lava, and one of might. Okay, they work like a trinity force. They are not separate. You need these three forces or items or whatever to actually do something. Where you can use this? Hmm, personally, I think the use of this is in Tides Cross, and it's supposed to be a shortcut to the mother. So it's a very, very old quest. I'm not sure if to call it as a quest, okay? But you know how hard is the way from Tibia to the Mona, because there is a maze, right? So the way is very long, and so most likely you have a shortcut from Dice to the Mona, and there you have to use talons with the lava and the one of mine. It's very interesting. But let's go now to the level 3. So level 3 Mysteriando Enthusiast. Let's read the description. It says Mysteriando Enthusiasts are players who, through continuous study of Mainstream Tibia mysteries, have come to take an interest on the broader, lesser visible side of Tibian lore. Information about some of these topics might be a bit hard to come by sometimes, since they aren't usually discussed by broadly outside Mysteriando circles. Okay, let's see what we have. Okay, so this level is supposed to be like people who know about a little lore of Mysteriando. We have some times in depth in Mysteriandos, and so this concept here they can understand it. Okay, allusions. Okay, allusions. Everyone know about it. There is a lot on Tibia. Garon language. What's wrong with Garon language? Garon language, you can find it in Yakunda Desert. There is a lot of books talking about Garon language, but no one really know what it means because it seems to be like a not finished project from Zipsoft. We don't really know. There is some words that you can actually learn from Garon language, but where to use this knowledge is unknown for now. Okay, Topsy Turvy. Okay, we already talked about Topsy Turvy, which is related with Dice Rebellion. So I'm not gonna talk about it again. What else we have? Mysterious bosses. Yeah, there is a lot of mysterious bosses that they don't appear usually in the map of Tibia. I don't even know this. Yeah, I know this and this, but there is some bosses that not all people know. Okay, stack with more than 100 gold. Yeah, this was in the past. I believe there is still some players with this. In the past, like Dragon Lords, I think, used to drop more than 100 gold, like 120 gold, for example. So some people still have these stacks. I'm not sure if this was fixed, but I have seen picture about this. Okay, and it's very interesting. The hide and seek level. Okay, this is a very interesting one because there used to be a place, if I'm not mistaken, it was in Edinburgh, right? If I'm wrong, please let me know in the comments. But so one guy discovered this place just by using a pick in every square meter possible, and they find a hidden level, okay? And it was called hide and ship level because you can actually find some ships there. They used to use this place to train and do rooms in the old times, but it doesn't exist anymore. Okay, it was deleted by Zipsoft. Hugo the Demon Bunny. This is part of the lore. Hugo the Demon Bunny. He's the father of Penumbra. Not many people know about it. I mean, people who is not interested in Mysteriandos don't know about the lore of Tibia, don't know about this. This is basically he is the father of Penumbras. Okay. The mother of Penumbras is called Jenny the Gentle. So he was transformed into Demon Bunny. And the Demon Bunny you can actually find him in Dream Challenge Quest. He was trapped by the Dream Machine. And you need a carrot to pass the first step of Dream Challenge Quest. What else we have here? Sora looks location. Okay, many people said that Sora Lurks is related to Triangle of Terror. So people think that the location is something talking about this is about this theory that Solar should be respawning Kormaya, I think is the point. I don't really think so. I think Soralurk should be spawned in Banuta or Ankama, okay? Level above Tom. This is in Ruger, right? I'm not really sure. But this is a level in the second floor of Ruger, in the main city, in the center of the city. There is a lever, a hidden lever there that obviously you cannot access. Maze of Fury is about Ruger 2. The third add-on. Okay, this is very old. When add-ons came out in Tibia, there was a third add-on, but you cannot use it. But it was deleted, so it doesn't exist anymore. The Colossus. Okay, the Colossus Fortress, we all know what it's about. It's in Castle Dome entrance, and you need a key to enter to this place. It was set by Sipso. In the past, people used to have this key, but we don't really know what happened to this key. So I think nowadays there is no player with this key, so no one can access to this place. But Sipsoft says, Sipsoft opened the door to Colossus in a test server some years ago, but there was nothing, just a really nice place to walk in. Sipsoft powered by subway. Okay, I'm not really sure about this. I mean, I hear about this many years ago, but I think it was in Germany. I don't know that you can get some gift by buying stuff in Subway. I'm not sure. If you know about this, please tell me in the comments. But I'm pretty sure if you, it's like, I don't know, just imagine yourself going to McDonald's nowadays, and there was like a gift that you can use this code to do something like premium code or something like that. I'm not really sure, I'm gonna be honest. Troll Lady, okay, this is still a mystery. The Troll Lady is the chef Garok, I don't remember the name. He's in Edron, and it's a still unsolved quest. Pilot designs. Okay, I have talked about a little about this in one of my videos. This is in Doracia. In theory, you should be able to get pilot license, okay? Somehow. But we don't know how. You have to talk to the NPC in Doracia who travels in a carpet, and you can ask him about this. And to get a carpet, to buy a carpet, but we don't really know what to do with it. I mean, we don't really know what if you can afford it in the first place. We're not sure if this mechanic exists, and if you can, we don't know how. So it's a little mystery. It's very interesting and might be related to a really big mystery actually. So it's worth to check. Triangle Tower. Okay, Triangle Tower is in Jagundup Desert. It's a very mysterious tower because first it's called Triangle Tower, but it's actually not a triangle. It's not a triangle tower, but we have three creators there, like having a meeting, which is a witch, a dwarf freelancer, and a monk. Okay, there is a lore behind it, and I think that's why it's called Triangle Tower, because they are three creators, like three leaders working on it. Okay, and they working together. Why they working together? You can find this information by searching their cathedral, for example. They working together. They making alchemy and potions and a lot of things. It's like a set, you know. It's a very interesting topic, and you can learn about a lot of lore about it. But okay, but Triangle Tower is like very old Wikipedia time, not in game time. Okay, so as far as I know, this place was used by the old warlocks. Let's remember that the warlocks we see today are the new warlocks, but there are also old warlocks like Ecclesias, for example, or maybe like Telemachus. Okay, most likely they are very old warlocks. And this Triangle Tower was a source of power in the past, and that's why the Triangle Tower seems like very old when you visit. It has like a house, no walls, and all this stuff. Okay, I'm not gonna No, no one really knows what they do. I think is these Hall of Lords are related to what I was talking here, dice rolls. Okay, I think if you do something in dice rolls with the talons, lava, and wand of might, after you do something there, you have to run to Hall of Luster, and there you're gonna be teleported to the monarch. Okay, that's what I think. I have tried this a couple times, but I think I need something else. Just a little theory I have about Agora. What else? Incurrent decimal diam. Okay, this is one. This is the text in the bunker, right? But this was is just an inspiration for another game. I'm not sure if this one is from Bunker or Etron. I'm not sure. I have to check it, but anyway, nothing as far as we know, so it doesn't matter. Japanese in traveling to treasure. Okay, this is very. A lot of people ask me about this because this is a book in Jagundaf Desert in Desert Quest who talks about traveling treasures to open worlds or something like that. But we already use this knowledge, so I don't think this is a mystery anymore. I'm gonna explain you why. Because if we go to the library in Jagundaf Desert, there is actually a tile that you can press. Let's say this is the player. You press this tile and you open a wall. The rodworm wall. Let's see, this is the rodworm. And this is the wall. And when you press this wall, you're gonna lower I mean, when you press this tile, you're gonna lower the wall. So there is no mystery about that, in my opinion. We already use this knowledge. But people think they have it has to do with the lake Ambros. Okay, I don't really think so. I think we already use this knowledge to open the wall in Jagundaf Desert. Okay, so we are here in the next level. Oops. It's level 4. Hardcore role playing. Okay. Nearing the point of no return. I agree. This is much lesser known stuff. Knowledge about these topics is actually reserved to only the most serious and committed role players and mystery chasers. Players who have reached this level may feel immune to share information with less experienced explorers. And that's, well, might be true. Perhaps believing that they themselves may be about to find something important. Okay. Well, this is true, but I don't like this idea anymore about not sharing knowledge. I think the only way to advance in the story level is by sharing knowledge. Okay. So, but it's true. It's true. Some people don't want to share this knowledge. If they really have knowledge, because we can see everywhere people saying, "Oh, my friend saw the Bishimal out, and I'm not gonna tell you how. I have reached the basilisk, but I won't tell you how." I have seen like this 1,000 times in forums everywhere, and there is no proof. So if you ever see someone claiming to solve a mystery without proof, it's nothing. It works nothing. Okay, the knowledge we have is about lore. Okay, but we don't have knowledge about the mechanism. I really want to talk about the couple topics I didn't talk before. It's about the Liberty Bay demon. There is a demon, yeah, there is a hidden demon in Liberty Bay. It's a very interesting story, and most likely it's a hidden quest. I think this part of the quest is related to the Electoral Elemental Bow, which is an unobtainable item right now, but I think this is the way to obtain. You don't really need to reach the demon, you need to understand why the demon is there, okay? Here, level 4, right? Yeah, we're level 4. Alistair Cromwell Graves, okay. Yeah, this is true. Alistair Cromwell, his story you can find in Ties, but actually the funny thing about it is that Alistair Cromwell has 3 graves in Tibia. The first grave is in Ties, there is a second grave in Piece of Inferno, and the third grave is in Turefia. Okay, why? Well, basically, Alistair Cromwell became a vampire. Okay, that's why he have a grave, but he's not dead, so he walked away, and they made another grave for him, etc., etc. It's a very interesting part of the lore. Some people say it has to do with the 469 language. I don't really think so. Alistair Cromwell is a real person. I mean, he's dead now, but he used to have a relation with numbers and letters, so people think it's related to 469 language. But anyway, manipulate the bear through reward. Okay, people think that is manipulation. You can exchange the bear for something else. Might be possible because most likely the bear has some metal inside because if you see the weight is heavier than just a teddy bear or whatever. So it's different. Most likely it has a metal on it and you can exchange some NPC for something else. But this is unknown, this is just theories. We don't really know if we can use the bear somewhere else, okay? Paladins are the midnight, Bismuth, and Ustebra. Yeah, in the past, we used to learn the spells from scrolls. So every location could have any spells, basically. This longer doesn't exist. There were some players left with these abilities, but they were changed. So we don't really find this anymore, which is very sad because there were very few players and it was so fun seeing paladins casting Xebobis looks or that kind of spells. Eldron Poison Tower is very interesting. Some people say that you can actually access to Poison Tower, but what I really think is just part of the story. This place is telling you something. It's telling you this place is very old. This place is telling you that someone used to work there, basically. There is nothing. There is no chest quest. There is a library, but I think there is no books because in Hacketfall you can see it's empty. I don't think it was changed by time, so I think it's just a place to tell you the story about full helmet of the ancients. Okay, as we know, we can use the soul ruby, which is here too, to get the full helmet of the ancient. This is in the books, but actually we don't know how to do it, and we don't know how to find the soul ruby. Probably it's a hidden quest too. Most likely it's related to Serpentine Tower, but the soul ruby as an item doesn't exist, so maybe it's just a legend. Might be just a legend, or maybe an achievement, might be anything. Demons in Drefia, the first Thunder Hammer. Yeah, this is true. When Drefia was created, they made like an event there, okay? A nightmare summoned a demon in Drefia, and besides the demon, there was a Thunder Hammer there. So Sipsov or Nightmare just put a Thunder Hammer there, just like only for that day. And the guys who defeated the demon get the first Thunder Hammer ever in Tibia. Obviously, you cannot find this nowadays, and you don't find a demon, but they were telling you a story because this place is heavily related to demon summoning. Pentagram runes across Tibia. Yeah, there is a lot of pentagram runes. We have one in Demon Obsessor, we have one in Demona, we have one in Edron. Demon Power Shield, okay, this is true. This is an old item, but it was not created by Sipsop actually. It was created by players and they came in very old times. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but like they introduced, normal player introduced these items to Demon. Okay, by force, by hacking it. But Sipsop just deleted this item and doesn't exist anymore. Astronians use macro. Oh yeah, also everyone uses macros in old times, so yeah. Treasure is one. Treasure is like Liberty Bay. We don't know if there is something else there or it's just flavor. Who knows? String Pulse Spice Sword. Okay, you can have this information, you can learn about this information because of talking to the dwarf technomancer. I don't remember his name. He has like a big machine and blah blah blah. He talked about this. I don't know anything else about it, but in theory you should be able to get a steam powered spice sword. I don't know how. Human corpse behind IB Gentrial. Yeah, there is a corpse hidden you can see this card as a book, and if you open the book, it says this is a bug. If you read this, please report this episode. So it seems like it's nothing. It seems like this is there for flavor, or maybe it's just trying to tell you a story of this level. NPC Nemal. Nemal is an NPC in Jaguar Desert. He's blind. He gives you the key to Hall of Lost Doors, and we don't know what to do there. Is there more mysteries in Nemal? I don't think so. I think he gives you the key to the Hall of Lost Doors, and the Hall of Lost Doors is the real mystery, not Nemal. What to do there? We don't know. Captured elf in our fortress. Okay, this is very interesting. I love, if you know me, you know I love elf and dwarf lore. I think they are the most important part of the lore of Tibia. And if you know the lore, you're gonna discover a lot of things. I'm very crazy things. So, why an elf is their fortress? The orcs arrived to the orc fortress. This place was in the old times in Tibia timeline. It was not inhabited by orcs, so elves used to live there first. And when these orcs arrived to the orc fortress, they just get a prisoner of the elf. Now, the interesting thing about this is they learn a lot from elf, because the elf of the past was very powerful. They have very powerful weapons. Most likely the warlord sword was built by them. You know, it's a elven weapon. The warlord sword is actually an elven weapon. So I don't know. Well, it's about that. It's just lore. I don't think it's part of a quest. It's just telling you a story. And actually, you can this information you can find this in a book. A book tells you about this. So it's not like mind theory. These are facts. Dice trolls, gateway doors. We have already talked about this. I told you I think it's related to the Hall of Lost Doors and maybe a shortcut to the Aurora or something like that. And I think you can still try some stuff there. I know with Dice Troll there used to be a quest, Utebo Lux scroll quest. It doesn't exist anymore, of course, but I think there is still a quest. The Annihilator. We know about this, right? This has been in the detail. It's not a mystery, really. It's just part of the story, maybe a lot of later. Tide's original name. Yeah, there is a. Tides was not always called Tides. It was changed, but I don't remember the name, to be honest. I don't remember. If you know the name, please tell me in the comments. Liberty Bay Lucky Trunk. This is very interesting. This is very interesting. This is one of the few things few mysteries I think they can be discovered yet. I think they have a solution, and I think this connects to the demon in Liberty Bay. Also with Ferumba's stuff, and I think the reward might be the electrical elemental book. Amalat Ogdir Guggenot. Okay, this is funny because this is a book in Thais. It's actually an anagram, and the anagram tells you about the 469 language. It talks about the Hellgate and the Alistar Crobwell. That's why people say it's related. But my question is really related to Alistar Crobwell? Maybe it's an option, but I don't think so. I think, okay, this is my personal opinion. I think this book, the information of this book is for no use nowadays. I think they changed the lore. The proof of this, or the possible proof of this, might be the Silver Maze old quest, in Jagun of Desert, where you can find the Alistar Cromwell grave, supposedly. So I think they changed that part of the lore and they just forgot or they don't want to delete this book. I don't think Alistar Cromwell is related to 469 language. I might be wrong, or maybe that's the way to get the answer, but I don't really think so. I think there is more clues about this, just with the Mad Mage, or even tell us, I don't know, a lot of things that I'm not gonna try right now. What else we have here? Frustrating Adventure. Okay, this is from Jagundaf Desert 2. There is a book about a frustrating adventure, and it was supposedly written by Ronald McDonald. Okay, wow. So that's why people say is, I mean, in Hacker Files, you can see if you pull the levers in Ronald McDonald and it activates something in Jagundaf Desert. That was true, but it's no longer working. So it was in the past. It doesn't work like this nowadays. Maybe it was changed. know what to do with the Pokemon. Gemma parents. Okay, yeah, you can actually find some information about this in my video too. Gemma is a little girl in Blue Digim Fortress, and the parents, most likely, this is just a theory, by the way, is the Banshee Queen and the Bard. I don't remember the name of the Bard. Okay, whatever. But yeah, in theory, he has some parents, and her mother will be the Banshee Queen. Okay, you cannot really prove. I mean, lore is very difficult to prove it. Like here it is, because people always, the haters, they say like, or you're supposed to make things, but you can prove them. Yeah, we cannot prove like 100%, but we can show you a lot of proof. This is the way, it's different because you're never gonna find in Tibia a book saying this is like this and the lore is like this. Everything is just interpretation. So if all the information point to one point, let's say this is books, okay? And all the books are pointing to Tibia. So most likely the answer is here, right? That's the kind of content I post on my videos when I have a lot of information. The Atila, okay, this is very good. I want to show you a picture if I, let me see if I can find about the Atila. You can see this in Hackett Files. There was one level under the Lake Ambrose. There is a very strange world in Void, old player used to say it was called the Attila, but we're not sure if a player can reach this place in the past, or it was just sips of trying things in the map software. So it was true or not, we will never know, but no one has been there before ever. The Corpse War, okay, the Corpse War is in Genesis Tibia, you can learn a lot about it. It's very important to read historical stories, very interesting in lore, to know what's the consequences of this, okay? Beregor caused Boku's tunnel, okay, this is not true, it was bugged, it was discovered just a few months ago, that you can actually travel between Beregor and Castle, okay, and it was bugged, and Simpsoft just fixed this bug some few months ago, which is very sad, by the way. Jacob Hidden Oil Tile. In Hacker Files, you can find one tile, which in the map editor, the software, is supposed to be to activate a function. We don't really know if this is still works. Personally, I have tried some things there, but it seems like nothing happened. So this is very cool because it's one of the very few things, interesting things that you can actually find in Hackett Files. So something is telling you that sometimes in Jagunda's Desert you can do something, and it's very interesting. Sadly, we don't know what to do with it. Okay, Hunter with Warrior, Thermal Hills Ride. Okay, yeah, there used to be a ride. There's a lot of rides that we don't see anymore. Like I was talking to some guy some few days ago about the Minotaur's ride in Castleton. I don't know if these rides still exist or they were changed or deleted. I have no idea, but yeah, it used to be a ride. Belfast Moor, the one stranger. Yeah, this is information is from DICE. Belfast Moor is Ferunga. If you play with the letter, you can get Ferunga. So Ferunga was died at what point? There is a part of the lore, I'm not gonna explain it right now, but just talking to the NPCs guys, you can know about this. We're not sure if it's quest or just lore. Actually, this is if you do the Gamel lifelink quest, with all the spoilers, this is the way to get to this quest, okay? It was very difficult because you have to use a lot of letter to actually trigger message with the NPC. Timing ties. Yeah, I think this is because every NPC talk about time. Not sure. I don't know what this means. Clavo Termen. Okay, Clavo Termen is related to the Vertigrade. I don't know what it is. The trunk. And I was talking before, so we have already talked about this, but not gonna explain it again. The Big Hammer. Okay, this is another one. Jagundaf Desert. Some book says that you need a big hammer to throw Jagun of Desert you have to hit a stone and you can break the stone, but you don't read it in the hammer. I think this book is referring to that fact, and that's all. That's all. Okay. What else we have here? Click other planets. This is actually in Jagun of Desert 2. This is in the library. You can find some information about this. The funny thing, the author of this book in Jagun of Desert, now you can find the same author in the Saturn library. So it's very interesting why Sipsov in the last years are hinting again to Jagun of Desert. It's like there is still something hiding there and people don't know about it. Ankramon Goslan connection. Yeah, there is a lot of connection with Ankramon, but Ankramon is not only connected to Goslan and Banshees, it's also connected to Basilisk, the forces language, a lot of things, the genes, I mean, Jagundas, Warlocks, Necromancers, Nightmare Knights, Rootlets, I mean, Ankramon connects like everything. Ankramon is like this. Specifically, so yeah, there is a connection. The connection here is about the language. In Ankramon, in Serpentine Tower, you're gonna find a book in ancient language, and the same language is in Goslan. So that's why it says it's connected, I think. What I'm missing, maybe I'm missing a lot of topics. If you wanna ask some of them, please let me know in the comments. Donations. Donations? I think it's talking about the donations you can get from some NPCs in Tibia, from Thais, Darashia, Lubri, Scarl. I don't remember, but you can say donation to some NPCs and you give money to them and they don't give you anything honestly. Okay. Bright Swords Quest Island. Yeah, there is an island named Bright Sword Quest and you can go there and there is nothing. I think it's just that, an island, nothing else. I don't think something cool here to say. Okay, no, not really. So let's go to a new file. Okay, now we are in level 5. Deep Researcher. Let's see. I'm very excited to look this. I want to, it's like testing myself. I have not read this before. I just read the first part here with the pictures I was showing, you know, but I haven't read this part. Let's see. Original Hornet Helmet Quest. Okay, and as I said many times, I'm not very pro player, but this is supposed to be in, you know, New Jagun of Desert or maybe the Cathedral, but I don't know how it works in advance. Maybe you have to ask a very real player. So I kinda disagree here because he can research a lot, but this information is not in the game. It's from all players. Personally, I don't know much about this. I think it was a daily respawn. I mean, no daily respawn, but you can get the helmet once per update. I don't remember. Techel NPCs. Okay, Techels are elves. They use dream walking. They are one of 6 casters that exist in Tibia. They were the master of the Nightmare Knights and taught them how to walk in dreams. And there is only one Techel elf in Tibia, and it's in Russian. Hermes family. Is this related to Winged Helmet? Might be. I think it's related because the description of the Winged Helmet says something of the Hermes, right? Minotaurs or rook heals punished by Minomages. Yeah, you can find this in the book. This information was known in the past because there used to spawn a book next to this Minotaur in Rukar, okay? And this information was there, but this book was deleted from the game, doesn't exist anymore. Tark, okay, this should be Tark Trueblade. It's a guy that you can find in many books or talking to NPCs. Some NPCs says he was killed by dragons in place of Kabul. Severe Cloud Ship. This is a book in Isle of the Kings. You can find this information. It talks about the ancient race who has cloud ships in the past. That's all. Kilindra Enora. Okay, this is another deleted book or story. I'm not sure if this was a book, but it was in an old fan page of Tibia in old times. The story of Kilindra Enoran. She was an elf, and the story talked about the Sword of Fury is related to her. Todd's real name. Okay, Todd is an NPC in Thais. You can find some information about Todd in Anchorman. He's a smuggler. He also has connection with Carling, with the tavern Carling, with the NPC, specifically with the NPC Carl. There is a really nice story behind it. There is a really nice lore behind that. Maybe a quest, might be, I'm not sure. Goshnar Ferumbras. Goshnar Ferumbras. Yeah, this is the order of the family. Goshnar, we are know who it is. He's the father of Ferumba, or Jenny the Gentle. Jenny the Gentle is the mother of Ferumbras, or Ferumbras is the father of Fortinbras. This is the family line. I don't know how to say it. The interesting thing about this, all of them has elven blood. That's why they are so powerful, basically. Goshnar come from Ankramu. He's descendant from the Ankramu family. This story, I love this part of the story. It's very interesting. There is a lot of secrets behind it. And now the sea monster. I don't know anything about this. I have never here. Maybe something new. Oh no! Wait! No. This is from Northport, right? There is a girl talking about a history about the sea monster. I think it's related to the golden maze, but this is very interesting because there is an item called golden maze. It's a pretty shitty item. You can see the stats. Actually, its sprite, the sprite of the golden maze was changed some years ago. I mean, not some years, like 10 years ago, but it was changed. Like telling you, this item still exists somewhere. I think this item might be related to the Tice Trolls, maybe, or maybe the Monarch. This information you can find in his background, right? About the Jedi cult or something like that. Is there a moon Tibia? Yeah, you can see in the map. In the minimap, there is robes, red tails. This is the bug in Jagon the Flutter. Tribula flute room. This is interesting because there is not a flute room in Fibula, but there is an NPC who talk about it. So yeah, it's kinda a mystery. Boot of Haze or Lugar. Yeah, maybe if you rook yourself in the past, you can keep the items from later. I think that's why I have never seen a Boot of Haze in Lugar. Lost Elven Tricks names. We already talked about this. One of them at the Techels. There is a lot of Elven casts. Some of them are extinct. Some of them they are not having coordination anymore. Nightmare Sunrise. This is cool. I don't think so. Troll bodies in Dragon. Yeah, there is troll bodies in the surface of Dragon Desert. So yeah, most likely trolls were the Garong, and they were helping the old warlords. Now that's why in the Mona nowadays you gonna find the trolls again helping the warlord to build the maze. I think that's the explanation about it. The race that created Goslan. It was the warlord basically. Bassam the Jinn. Okay, Bassam is named by the blind NPC in Ancramon. If you say Bassam to him, he's gonna respond he's a Jinn. But we have never seen an NPC called like this in the game, so it's a mystery. Jakunda Desert and White Flower Temple Banshee's father. According to what I have investigated, they do not have the same father since they are from different times. But what they have in common is that their parents will be feral and their husbands will be necromancers, posing as a bard. Since they needed banshees to carry out demon summonings, so they pretended to be bards to deceive them, basically. Garok, Musal, Trollscape. Yeah, it's the same that we're talking here because Garok most likely was the trolls, the ancient trolls. The reason why Reka forgave us is okay. This is not like mystery. This is stories from the past, I think. Rugard bodies with different weight. Yeah, not only in Rugard, you can see different weight and different slots even in mainland. What does this mean? I think I don't remember who commented this with me, but I think the slots, the number of the slots in a court is related to the size. So if you have more slots in humans courts, I mean, it's because you were taller. But it's just a theory, maybe it's nothing, maybe it's just random slots or way. Arsion's second assistant. Arsion was a scientist from Dice who went to Plains of Havoc to experiment with his wife, Lyra, and two assistants. One of the assistants is named Corwood, but the second assistant is unknown, and that's higher because I was getting better skills. It was so fun. Jacob's desert creation inconsistencies. What do you mean? I don't know what this means. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this means. Troll urine, gold, bundle books. What? I mean, I know there is urine in Troll's cave, and there is a gold bundle gun, but I don't think this is a very big mystery. Like, if you have spent time on Bulgar, you probably know about this.
Could it be that Ferumbras even has a link with the basilisk? Perhaps not directly, but it is possible that they are part of the same consequence. Today we will see part of the secrets of Ferumbras and unpublished data from the basilisk, which relate these two great stories and perhaps some way to solve a long-forgotten quest. We must first start from the basics, a summary of the history of Ferumbras. For this, we must go back to times before his birth, the warring plains of Havoc. It all begins when an order of knights called Nightmare Knights arrive in dangerous lands called Plains of Havoc. The Nightmare Knights were an order composed of mystical men who learned the secrets of the dream walking, taught by their friends and teachers the elves. These elves were not ordinary elves, rather they were elves of a caste called Tibia. Elves are divided into several castes and each one of them has its own abilities and characteristics. What makes the Teshiel elves important in particular is their gift of inhabiting the dimension of dreams, which was a gift from the gods for their race, so that they could face and protect themselves from a dark age in Tibia called Corpse War. The Nightmare Knights practiced their dream walking skills in Plains of Havoc, a place you surely have already visited in their abandoned fortresses known as the Dream Challenge Quest. Driven by greed and an ambition to learn dark secrets, some druids were corrupted and began to practice the art of necromancy. Today we know these creatures as necromancers, who founded a cult called Brotherhood of Bones. Due to their ambition for power and knowledge, they decided to infiltrate the Nightmare Knight Order in order to learn the secret of dream walking. The most powerful member of the necromancer who managed to infiltrate this order was known as Faunus, who would later reveal himself by his real name, Goshnar. When the necromancers arrived in the Plains of Havoc to declare war on their enemies the Nightmare Knights, Goshnar revealed himself, joining the order of necromancers. The important thing here is to know that Goshnar was not simply a powerful druid and the necromancer king, but rather that he is a direct descendant of the pharaohs of Ankara, and in his veins runs elven blood, which explains the great power of Goshnar. Since the ancient elves were extremely powerful creatures and at some point they mixed with humans, giving rise to the pharaohs of Ankara and therefore granting great powers to their descendants, which in this case, Goshnar also possesses. Goshnar ended up being killed in the Battle of Plains of Havoc. You can even find his grave at the entrance to Pits of Inferno. After the end of the war, a powerful girl was identified as Phoenibus, who was recognized as the daughter of Goshnar himself. She escaped to Karlin, where at that time she was already pregnant with her future child who would become known as Ferumbras. But before going into more detail, returning to the Nightmare Knights, as I mentioned earlier, not It is for this reason that the city of Ankara is recognized as the city of undeath mainly, in addition to finding documents that speak of the invocation of demons. But this is only the beginning. The consequences that this fact entails will be explained below. Among the documents that we find in this tower, we find one in particular in a visibly important place, the research paper, Divination Spell. This research paper consists of the success that scientists had in this place regarding the divination spell to specify the gender of an unborn child. Furthermore, this discovery gives them the ability to detect hostile presences in an area of effect of the spell. At first glance, this document may not make sense to you at all, but that's the catch. The document is meaningless if we don't know where such information comes from. In order to understand this document, we must go to another library. As we go through the bookshelves of Khazor-Dûm, we will find a curious book, which consists of the reports that some dwarfs managed to reveal about their enemies, the elves. As the book describes, the dwarfs managed to reveal the secrets of the dream magic belonging to the Teshio elves, in which they discovered that this ability serves to specify the gender of an unborn child. They also discovered that these abilities influence an area of effect, which gives it the opportunity to appear somewhere out of nowhere, but that the second earthen chamber is working on a counterspell for that. Does it make sense to you now? If you still can't find the similarities, I'll explain them below. The research paper, Divination Spell, says that they successfully carried out the ability to specify the gender of an unborn child. As for the Dwarven report, it says that they revealed the secrets of elves that can specify the gender of an unborn child. On the other hand, the research paper says that this ability will help them detect the presence of unwanted creatures in an area of effect of the spell. While the book The Khazor-Dûm says that the second earthen chamber is working on a counterspell that reveals unwanted creatures in a specific area. In short, the dwarfs learned the art of dream walking and used it to their advantage. Now we must remember what I said at the beginning of the video about the dwarfs who joined the Order of the Nightmare Knights. Then, their purpose of joining the Order was to learn the secrets to use them for Zathratha's plans. But does this imply something else? Of course. Perhaps now we should ask ourselves where this spell was used, or rather, in who this spell was used for. Do you remember the story of Farumba's mother? Well, her husband at the time, Hugo, was transformed into the well-known demon bunny, which we can find in the Dream Challenge quest. Hugo was transformed into a rabbit in a failed ritual performed in the current Lubo's house. This information can be obtained by doing the Paradox Tower. This place used to be a stable, therefore, in the middle of the ritual, a rabbit crossed the path transformed Hugo into a demon bunny. But that's not relevant at all. Let us remember that the necromancers were also infiltrated in the Order of the Nightmare Knights, and in Dream Challenge quest, we can find a book written by them, which says that they were practicing polymorphy through spells. In those spell tests they managed to transform into creatures, such as rats or worms. When they managed to transform into creatures, these necromancers transformed into creatures attacked Ty's castle. While it's unknown what happened next, this book makes many things clear. With the abilities they learned from the elves, these necromancers also managed to carry out these spells that involve polymorphism, whose ability is also typical of Teshio elves, as described in a book that reveals the characteristics of these elves, saying that they can choose any appearance as they wish. But back to the research paper, Divination Spell, on whom was the spell used? We have something clear about this issue. The ritual that Farumbra's parents carried out involved creating an extremely powerful creature. But let's remember that the research paper talks about an unborn child, and we well know that Yeni the Gentle was pregnant. In conclusion, said spell was used to create the mighty Farumbras. Farumbras was a creature thought to be a weapon of destruction, which due to his ancestors and the elven blood that runs through his veins, became what he is today, the most powerful magician in Tibia. Perhaps now it makes sense why we found a carrot of doom between one of the objects in the Serpentine Tower. However, this is half the story, but I leave you now thinking about some topics for the next video. What other ordinary creatures do we know? What other creatures could have suffered polymorphism? Remember that the transformed necromancers attacked Ty's castle. Are there any suspicious eggs in the Flying Castle? What about the basilisk? This and more we will see in the next chapter. Rochamel has one of the most exciting and enigmatic stories in Tibia. It is a unique city, literally made of dreams and materialized in buildings that we can find destroyed by a great catastrophe that occurred in a time very far from today. That is, first of all, we must take into account that probably some races or entities named in this story no longer exist as such in Tibia. On the other hand, some details written in the torn-out page, which are scattered throughout Rochamel, give us clues to the approximate time these events occurred. These details place us in a time close to the God Wars. In fact, these events probably happened in the last historical stretch of that war. This time goes back to when the gods created the first races that we know today as the Ancients. The mysterious race that inhabited this place had an ability to handle the stuff of dreams with great ease. In this way, they built buildings, the weather and devices with a technological advance never seen before, and even today, something similar can hardly be found. First, to contextualize the entire audience that is not related to these issues, we will start by talking about basic concepts, dreams. The dream world is literally another dimension, different than the one we know. Most of the ordinary cities in Tibia are located on an existential plane that corresponds to our reality, the physical plane shaped by the gods in the origin. As for the dimension of dreams, it corresponds to an parallel dimension, unattainable for human beings and ordinary creatures. Some of the first creations made by the gods were blessed with the ability to leave this existential plane and inhabit another dimension. An example of these cities are the winter courts and the summer courts in which the Dreamborn live nowadays. The Dreamborn are an elven caste, which as its name says, were born from pleasant dreams and were materialized by hands of its creator, an elf. To explain the abstract concept of dreams and parallel dimensions, it should be mentioned that not all elves have this advanced quality and only a few special castes develop these abilities. According to the handful of books and the few NPCs who know about this topic regarding the ability of elves and dreams, we can assure that the construction of an inhabitable dream dimension is not an easy task, not even for elves. It consists of inhabiting one's dream, taking the dreams of any other creature in Tibia, molding and materializing them into something physical, thus creating a pocket dimension, attainable only for them. It's possible that this ability was initially used for refuge purposes in the God Wars, which is based on a constant war between the races and the gods, who fought for the power of creation and supremacy. Now that we understand these basics, let's delve into what really happened on Rochamel. The most important part of this story can be found in some papers scattered around Rochamel, written by an individual who belonged to the race that created and inhabited Rochamel. This race describes itself as a people, a nation which through stolen dreams was able to build the city, its climate and its enigmatic devices. Their allies and also enemies called them dream stealers, dream empires, among others, although they prefer to use themselves simply as dreamers. Somewhere in their history, the incredible dream-wielding skills this race developed sparked a hunger for ambition, power, and knowledge. Thus, a part of this people convinced some leaders of their race not to fight anymore on behalf of the gods. Rather, they sought to become independent and take advantage of their abilities in better goals. They will be able to extend their lives longer than normal thanks to the stolen dreams, thus achieving to live much longer than they were destined to. In fact, the time they have lived has been so long that they are no longer able to remember their own beginnings. The antiquity of these documents is reflected in parts of the text, such as when he mentions that he writes said history in the language of the gods, an extremely ancient language only spoken by ancient races. However, the text is fully readable to us as humans. What does this mean? Is the language of the gods the human language? Well, not really. The explanation of this fact comes next, when the author says that he uses said language with the aim that the vanity of the gods be enough to preserve his writings over the years. This way, when their followers arrive at this place, they will be aware of the history that happened there. Generally, these types of documents in Tibia are a kind of mind games and need to be read over and over again. will not read in ordinary paper, therefore, the author's story would remain secret and would withstand the passage of time. It is worth mentioning here that the theme of the dream crystal is not to be taken lightly. As for his native language, the author tells us that that language is not through vocal cords, but rather a thought pattern based on dreams and untranslatable for any language. This fact gives us to understand that the mentioned dream crystals probably have to do with their form of communication, which leads us to speculate on possible theories and connections, but we will see that later so as not to deviate from the story itself. This creator race of Roshamel was proud and cruel, though many of their writings contradict these claims. For example, trying to justify his actions is an act of repentance, even if the author intends to deny it. For example, the demon would never talk about his atrocities as a secret, rather he would say it as an achievement and not afraid to hide it. On the other hand, he mentions that over time, part of his people decided to take this path and that even so, his goals became more perverse and individualistic. That is, another part of his people did not follow his path and we do not really know what they were like in the beginning. Perhaps, as the author himself says, he has forgotten his beginning since he has lived for so many years that he confuses reality with his origins, which was built through deceit and lies, ambition and power. He even claims that the dreams, both theirs and the stolen dreams, were initially built to give them shelter from wars. They built weapons for war in their own way, such as the dream catcher, which is a monument to the power they possessed. From there they planned and began to emerge as a powerful race due to their unique abilities in managing dreams. Their level increased to such an extent that they even rivaled Zathratha's favorite pets, demons. For the same reason, they were considered part of Zathratha's plans, allying with the more powerful demons. This led to some encounters between them, where there were battles of ego and power, managing to equalize in power, thus managing to survive until that fateful day. One day a request came to the council, which was to create a prison made of dreams, thus using barriers between the worlds as a tool to keep captive the power of all creatures, locking them up and torturing them for all eternity. The ambition of the plan was such that they did not hesitate to contribute with their knowledge. But little did they know what awaited. His people ventured into the project with ambition. The resources and knowledge were shared by the other allied races with Zathrath, although not in a very good way. Test prisoners were sent to him to experiment with prisoners. It was then that the plans began to change course a bit. Many requests were not agreed upon in the initial plans and took their investigations to another end. The prisons were no longer meant for powerful normal entities, rather they could wreak havoc on even a lesser godback. Then, more demonic advisors came to the prison facility to inspect the construction. It is at this point that the author feels fear, revealing his benign nature and questions his actions that he has committed. However, he decides to continue, since he says he prefers to end once and for all his long life built through lies, ambition and deception. The atmosphere began to get cloudy, more and more demons began to walk on the city that had cost them so much to build. Until one day, a few demons called the leaders of the dreamers to a secret meeting. In this meeting not only were several powerful demons present, but also the gods were involved, where secret plans were discussed, stories never told before which led to binding vows. The purpose of the meeting was not a plan against the enemies, but rather against a large part of their own allies, who were declared traitors. These allies were the demon princes themselves. The most disturbing thing in the matter the prisoner increased to an unthinkable level. Both sides became convinced that this was the only way to take down such powerful demons without losing legions. Until then the day came. The prison was ready for the trap and the demon princes were called to oversee the prisons. Obviously they didn't suspect in the slightest that it was a trap for themselves. The city of dreams rumbled, an enormous power shook the land, and the feared demon princes appeared with their great power and glory. There were Prince Drazak, Sephirat, among other elite demons supervising the constructions made. Everyone was nervous, expectant and excited about what the plan would bring. The elite princes eliminated, without bloodshed by the dreamers. Thus they would be able to rule unquestionably. Although they suspected treachery, even a plot from both sides, they held the keys to the prison. The plan was based on trapping the demon princes in the prisons, weakening them and countering them with the elite secondary demon force. The trap was released, the demons were trapped, but the allied demons did not appear. Then all hell broke loose, the hundreds of nightmare creatures unleashed to attack the demon princes were no match for them. They were all shattered in a matter of seconds. Nobody imagined the immense power of the princes, and most of the dreamers' people had been dismembered. When everything seemed to come to an end, the allied demons finally appeared. Apocalypse, Urine, Infirmity, Lazarus, among others charged against the already weakened princes. Still, demons like Sheldrax and Ashfield were torn to pieces at the hands of the princes. Part of the demons that cried on the floor were dragged away with magic to preserve their lives. One or another prince succumbed to the power of the allied forces, but the battle did not go in the direction of the dreamers. Then the plans they had intended to use were unleashed, the nightmare beasts. Although they did not rival the power of the princes, their powers were unknown to them, so at least they managed to distract them long enough to unleash the last hope they had and the only thing that could save them from such a disaster, the dream stolen from the dream catcher. In desperation, ignoring what this could cause, a great explosion was unleashed. The city of Rochamel collapsed, killing most of its inhabitants. The devastation was enormous and all those who remained in the battle were totally weakened and rendered unconscious. Demons, dreamers and princes were left lying on the ground with blank minds. Other dead, dismembered without being able to be revived. After some time passed, the few who were left alive managed to open their eyes. The nightmare creatures fed on the unleashed energy and burned with power. Many of them merged with even some fallen demons, giving life to creatures of power never seen before. Among them the most powerful known, Gaz-Haragoth. Those demons that had escaped from the battle, like Citrax, approached smelling blood and swarmed over the fallen princes with ravenous force. No more than 12 princes survived the slaughter, however some of their minions remained alive and fled. Then the author wasn't able to understand what happened. He looked down and his body was completely mutilated and his life force began to run out. He walked away from the city, stumbling through the ruins. The noise of battle was no longer so loud. He began to reflect on his life, on his achievements, on his beginnings. After all those years of lies, he was already exhausted and he didn't intend to try to recover, even if he could. He saw himself once more as one with the dreams, riding over the nightmarish plains on howling winds. He regretted not dreaming a little more instead of pursuing goals that didn't even belong to him. His last words were based on leaving the bearer of this document in charge of a responsibility. His last hope and wish was written on these old papers, which will help people who understand. Thus, the last member of the first Dream Masters came to an end. Regarding history or hidden secrets are left to interpretation, since the information is very scarce. However, understanding other parts of Tibian law, various connections can be made. summarize what race used to inhabit this city, what was its purpose and consequences for the creation of Roshamel. We must first know that the time Roshamel dates back corresponds to the God Wars. At that time, humans did not even exist, therefore, we can immediately rule out humans. Based on available information, we know that many of the ancients were wiped out of existence, however, there are still some survivors of those ancients. Some of the known ancients include the dwarfs, elves, minotaurs, cyclops, dragons, and even the Yalahari. Following this logic, we know that the race that Roshamel created was a race with great magical powers and even capable of weaving dreams. Therefore, we can rule out all but the elves and Yalahari, who would be ideal candidates. As for the Yalahari, they were responsible for discovering Varifor by chance through some research done in Yalahar. On the other hand, the race mentioned here didn't even know of its existence, and by then Varifor already existed. Therefore, we can also rule out the Yalahari. This leaves us with one option. The creators of Roshamel were probably a race of elves. This fact would fit perfectly, since we know that the elven caste called Teshiels had this ability to inhabit dreams. They were even responsible for teaching the Nightmare Knights the ability of dream walking. For many years in the Tibia updates, no Teshiel elf were found in any city, and they seem to be nothing more than a myth. However, in the Roshamel update in 2013, we got our first glimpse of a legendary Teshiel elf, Erueren. Erueren tells us that while he was dream walking, he felt a strong energy that brought him to this place. He is concerned about the origin and use of the dream catcher device and tries to help us forge weapons while he learns how to use it. Erueren doesn't really know the race that inhabited this city, which leaves us with somewhat contradictory conclusions, since if his race wasn't the one that built Roshamel, then who did? In the old library of the Chambers of Dreams located in the Plains of Havoc, there is an old book that seemed to make no sense, at least until now. The book tells us about a race called Shadelier, which built a dream fortress where a powerful entity was revealed, which devastated the foundations of the Dreamland and ended the period of the first Dream Masters. Therefore, our main candidate would be said race. But then, this race were also elves? Well, probably yes. According to Fairest's history, the continent was built by an elf known as the greatest dream weaver in history, creating the elven inhabitants of the winter and summer courts. Therefore, he could be one of the dream masters mentioned in that book. In addition, the story of Fairest tells us that the elf disappeared one day and was never seen again, which coincides with what the author describes in the Roshamel papers about his changing goals and his ambition upon realizing his potential as a weaver of dreams. Finally, in Dream Court Quest, we have to fight against the Nightmare Beast, which feeds on the worries and bad thoughts of the elves. Interestingly, the Nightmare Beast is also named in the Roshamel documents, hinting at the creature's origins dating back to that time. Be that as it may, this race could be extinct, or perhaps some members are still alive, even working for Varifor. This theory is based on the fact that the Ring of Ending is a ring made up of a crystal. And as mentioned in the first chapter, said race communicated through dream crystals. This could indicate that their communication was through this ring and they were the carriers. In this way, Varifor could have influenced his thinking through said ring, and for that reason, this ring is known as a ring of corruption. The history of the elves is incredible and is shrouded in mystery. Today we only scratch the surface, but in reality Roshamel's background extends far beyond the barrier of dreams and is reflected in the most recent quests. For example, Grave Danger Quest tells us about an organization called Shiren Fal, whose organization is made up of various members of races created in the God Wars. Today, this organization has involved many more races and individuals, working in secret and operating for an entity that seems to have more presence every day, Varifor. Some of the confirmed members are Iskander the Banished, coincidentally another elf, dressed in black, like no other elf in Tibia. In fact, don't be surprised if another race of elves appears in future updates with such clothing. Can you believe that even Zoralurk is involved in this organization? The null presence of this demon is no coincidence. Another member of Shiren Fal is Death Priest Shargan, a canopic jars, just like Orestes. Could it be that Shargan has already visited and desecrated said tomb, taking with him some remains and artifacts to use in his favor? Or maybe the Ravager always lived in Raffleton. And what do pharaohs have to do with elves? Well, there is another extinct caste of elves called Chalabdi. They used to live in Svargrond, until one day they also mysteriously disappeared. The elves of AB Dendriel tell us about the other castes of elves, but there are absolutely no NPCs in Tibia who tell us about the Chalabdi. Its physical characteristics are somewhat interesting. It was a caste characterized by being much taller than the other elves, their skin was bluish in color and their eyes were blue or pale green. If we analyze in detail, we can find some surprises. For example, the mummy is a human transformed into the undead, therefore the size of it is similar to ours. So why are pharaohs taller, and why are their eyes also blue or pale green? On the other hand, Raffleton also mentions some native elves of the island with the same physical characteristics, in a time long before humanity. Coincidentally, it is the same city where we find the Ravager. As I said before, these elves also lived in Svargrond, where we can find a place with a somewhat peculiar object, an ancient tiara. Why would there be a Vashresaman loot in Svargrond? And what about Shattered Isles? It was also inhabited by elves in the past. In addition, Perumbras visited both the Svargrond and the Shattered Isles in search of ancient and powerful artifacts. Same places that two known demons are summoned, Gaspar and Morgoth. And lastly, the elves on the Shattered Isles caused a great catastrophe in an attempt to create a world of dreams, leaving the Shattered Isles as the geography we see today. Do you know the name of the ritual performed by those elves? It's called Sundering. Does that name sound familiar to you?
spoiler. I try to use it. I will try not to use it. Okay, I don't. I'm not sure if I can do like too much with it, but I mean with this character because I'm very low level. What was it? Actually, on the first mission, right? Yeah, I'm going to use the searching right now. So okay, so that's all the mission, I I'm so low. It's low and low level. But the point is doing this quest, Yellow Heart quest without spoiler. Because I want to learn like Jalahar. Because I don't know much about it to be honest. I mean, I know about Jalahar, but not the details. So the first thing is why I can't travel from Entron to Jalahar. It's very interesting. It's like people in Jalahar don't want the people in Nether, I guess. It's like they don't have permission or something. And now I don't know what to do. I think because I'm trying to do it without a spoiler, okay? So and actually I don't remember what to do. I think this guy is from Explorer Society. Okay, yeah, okay, cool, cool. I can go here then. I guess mission. Oh, maybe I need more level, right? Oh, no, no, no. Okay, let me read this, but I'm gonna translate it to Spanish, but you can read it here if you want. Okay, basically he needs help for something to reestablish the order in the city. Because he, okay, I'm gonna say yes. Oh, pleasing to hear that. Says like people don't come here to help them, then people only come here for the story mission. However, I have to tell you that unrighteous substances fight with you and now know to trust you with important missions as long as you haven't wronged yourself, okay? If you are willing to work for the city of Yalahar, you can ask me for a mission. Your first mission will not scare you off. But what I have to do? Put our sewer system from other parts of the city to prevent the worst. It still has deteriorated since the last update. What I have to do? Get yourself a crowbar. Loosen the controls and clean the garbage from the pipes. We are Grindy. I think this guy. Oh, okay, it's a weapon. Never mind. But it's gonna be fucking expensive if I go in this shop, I guess. So I'm just gonna buy it from here. I have to fix it. I don't know what's wrong with it. Maybe it's a shitty mission. Just for making you waste time, but we have to learn everything, what a failure. Maybe it's this one? Oh. I didn't remember. You repaired one of the 4 malfunctioning sewer parts. Okay, they transform him into a wall rider, basically. It's like elimination, Okay, that's interesting. So the whole city had some problems. We need to help in that matter, I guess. It's pretty fun doing without quest log. And I don't really remember what to do, so it's even more fun because sometimes I remember what to do. Let's see here. Because I made this quest with my main character, like no, I don't need this, right? Oh, there's another kind of problem. Okay. What was that? I'm like cleaning the rats, I guess. Well, that was random. But what I was saying is, I don't remember the mission because I made these missions like 10 years ago. And when I did these missions was with spoilers, so I didn't learn nothing. So I want to do the quest again. Okay, what's next? I need food. Guess I have if I do this quickly, I expect to do without a spoiler, of course. Okay, this is interesting. I feel like we can open this shit somehow. Alright? Let me see something. Yeah, I really feel like we can open this. So the first one was there is another one here. I have to go to some places. Well, you cannot see my minimap, but the NPC marks the places that you have to go to fix the problems. I don't know what to do here, but I have to use my crowbar everywhere. That's the mission. What was that? Like electricity, I guess. Okay. Let's see. But there is no other way. If I don't learn that, I will never learn what I guess it's here. What was that? What the fuck was that? What did you do? It's like the special orc in our fortress. You can drop a special orc. Yeah, might be, but I think it has been killed like 100 times. But I like your idea. It's like maybe we can do like a mechanism. Are you gonna drop something different? That would be pretty cool. video about Russian movies. I love Russian movies. I think it's what? I don't have the mission. Are you kidding me? Oh, I think it said yes. Shit. I just got so focused about Super the Tower. I forgot about the idea. To people try things, so maybe someone can solve it. Terminating Tower. I mean, Anchorman is like very important for the lore. There are some cities that are very, very important for the lore, like Anchorman, Yellowheart, Runderson, or Russian. I mean, all cities are important for the lore, but in this city, there is like bigger secrets, you know. Because there is an aphra inside the quest run. Exactly. It's like you need to use it, and it's on a counter. A mission, I have to say yes. Now I have the mission, guys. If you're new here, I'm trying to do this without spoilers. Travel through all Yellowheart's quarters and collect reports from all the 7 worlds, standing much between the different parts of the game. This is pretty easy, actually. Basically, Ustebra Tower is a quest. It's a quest without spoiler, so we have to find out what it is that we do here. But here you have NPC and a quest log. I think Ustebra Tower is that kind of quest that you don't need I mean, you don't have a quest log. You take this to arena and there's no or maybe some NPC give you a quest log and we don't know about it. So now it's gonna work, I guess. Mission. I don't know anything about mission. I need a report. Report. Slowly gives a clumsy description of recent progress. Why is it loading? Very fast. I need to go to the arena, and actually we have arena here. Let's check very fast this arena. Okay. Where are you from, Spain or from Chile? Very bad Spanish because you know Chilean Spanish sucks. So we have gladiators? Gladiators? I don't know what it is. It's interesting that we have a lot of arenas in a lot of cities. Maybe we need to fresh eyes, something to play from the start and go to Anchor. Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm doing this, because sometimes we need to learn about other things and that's why this fence, because it's a zoo, basically a zoo. Congra, the king of the jungle. Okay, I don't want to explore like everything, but just feed because you can explore, you can see everything, and you can let your imagination just like fly, you know. I don't have a but now I can do it again. I need your report too. So basically here, I'm doing reports for it, okay? Because Polymode is help for Yellow, and he wants us to help him to know what the fuck is going on in the quarter. So this guy here is drunk, and his report is like sadly I can't explore too much. Now the report of this guy. Okay, this guy is giving me a short, precise report. Okay. Okay, then never mind. Okay, now I need the report of this guy. Okay, the names are kind of suspicious, right? His name is Reed. Tony. It's like very short names. It's nothing, but you have no idea what we have to endure each day. It's a shocking and disturbing report. Okay. Kitchen quarter. Okay, my kitchen quarter is strange. One thing I cannot understand about Yahar, why they have this like quarters, like trouble or something. We have the gyms, we have the pools, we have the health town, the warehouse. No, but I ignore everything now. I can do it with my another character. Why? I think that's very interesting. But what else? Actually, I have fire. I want to see every detail to understand the whole picture about Yahar. I think there are many secrets here, and it's very important because Yahar was the first time when Barifor was named. It was the first time we heard about Barifor. Oh, I'm done with the missions, right? You got the 7 reports. Okay, it's not here. Hi, mission. Did you get all the report? Yes. What? Which one I'm missing? Ah, never mind. There is. It's this one. Not this I wish I was this slow, but it's the only character I don't have the Yahar quest. So it's gonna take a bit longer. We have a lot of strange characters. Academy of Magic Arts. This sounds familiar, right? The Academy of Magic Arts. Hi. Report. Oh my, working in English tells about the troubles that his men have recently encountered. Okay, like everyone has troubles on these covers, but I don't know why. Sunken. Sunken quarter is very interesting because it's the only one. Look, it used to be like the other quarters, but now it's sunken in the water. Can you see on this map with nothing? Anyway, so the city is basically here. You can see like the walls here, right? All these walls. Because the city, this part of the city used to be here, and now we have like this here. This is very interesting, to be honest. I don't think this is coincidence. I don't think so. About the report, he was drunk and he was the factory. Like machines, but I don't understand how to work. Maybe because they are dwarf I don't know. Maybe there are many aprendiendo Yalahar. Estoy haciendo el quest sin spoiler, básicamente. Con el único char que no tenía el quest correcto. Porque si no, no voy a aprender nunca. Chaos following. Thank you, but I think it's following. They have the mission now. Excellent. As you are easy to get this report, I will for sure emphasize your effort in this mission. Please come back to see if you have another help. Okay, I want another mission. I did my best to impress my superiors with your accomplishments, and it seems that it worked quite well. They want you for their own missions now. Okay, I think this is the important part. Okay, missions that are more important than the ones you fulfill for me. However, before you leave, there is still some things I need to tell you. Listen, I can't explain everything to you in detail right now. You never know who might be eavesdropping. What that means? Okay, I need to write this in Spanish. I don't know what that means. Is
Eavesdropping.
eavesdropping?
Eavesdropping.
Oh, okay, so you're listening. Okay. I left some notes in the smart room there. Want to read them? Talk to me again. Okay. So I was working for Polygon at the beginning, and now like the real quest start. Because he was like, he talked to his superior, and we know he like his boss is the Galahari. Okay. But Palimon is warning us. He's basically telling us to read first, to realize what to do. Okay, now it makes sense. That's why it's so fucking good to do it. I'm not gonna read all this now, but I'm just gonna translate it to Spanish. I'm gonna read it pretty quickly. I'm gonna explain you what it is. Start all over, okay? Hey dude, keep up the good work, man. Thank you, man. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Okay, what's this is about? Okay, I have read this book. I remember now. I mean, this paper, not the book. I'm gonna leave it like this if you want to read it. Meanwhile, so it's basically the augur. I don't know if I'm saying well in English. The augur. He's like an augur, I guess. They are like servants of the Galahari or something like that. But the first Galaharis made something. Okay, this is part is very important. Okay, Bueno,
pursued their quest for knowledge and science. Their power was so enormous and their magic and weapons that advanced that they could repel the attacks of the warring factions with ease. However, this immense knowledge also initiated the beginning of their downfall.
I think, like, created, and they say that we don't want anything with the war. We just want to, I don't know, to live alone, I guess. But let's read the other card, okay?
By analyzing the very structure of the universe, the Mago scientists became aware of a missing factor in all worldviews, calculations and sciences. All their research hinted at something to be missing from the big picture, something that had to exist as their calculations clearly proved, but yet undiscovered and seemingly eluding comprehension.
Okay, that was good. Cool story, man. I love it. Something caught my attention here. That's basically talking about meeting Pharaoh. I mean, Barry Pharaoh. Right? I don't know. Okay, I'm not gonna read everything right now, but if you are interested, you can continue. It's very interesting, but I really want to finish the mission now. So in the mission, we have to read these papers. It's the manifest of the Galahari. Oh, it should follow me along. I don't remember this paper. Let me read it like pretty fast. Maybe you can read it meanwhile if you want. Okay, this part is like confusing, okay? Because this Jalahari is talking about they have to keep the city clean and everything. Like they have to take care of this city. But as far as I know, they don't know that the real Jalahari. Let me see something very fast. So they feel like responsible of the people here. They need to rebuild the city. I don't know if that word is useful. It's like build the city again. And they need like yeah, blah 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 blah. So they made like hard decisions and change to reach this goal. Okay, okay, that's just it's talking about. Oh, sorry. So the Kalahari want me to read this first after asking for the mission. So there should be a reason why. Okay, yeah, this Jalahari doesn't sound like the real Jalaharis because this Jalahari is talking like with ego, you know, like the people need us and stuff. And as far as we can read in the like in the history of the Jalahari, they are like very humble people and intelligent, and these one are like ego shit. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's very interesting. Actually, now that I get closer to it, we might be very paranoid about pyramids, while it might really just be the floor tiles. This pyramid here, this one from the stone carvings, or if you pay attention, these floor tiles are the same from Ackerman. I think it's pretty important to recognize the architecture of the places, you know? Or maybe they were just doing like building. I don't know. I know Cecil pay a lot of attention in details. Okay, let's suppose these are not pyramids, okay? But it's like a What I need here.